Here we are. What's going on in chat? Hey Fabian, haven't said hello to you yet. Mark, nice to see you. Welcome back. Hope you're doing well. Lee Gude Yoda. Gude. Yeah, you guys, whenever I hear like Lee or Yoda, you guys are having to do lots of learning at the moment. Hope everything's going well with the studies and with the exams. Fabian, wie geht's dir? Servus, Grüße. And also Grüße nach Wien oder Österreich. Dorman, hello. Avima, hello, moin. Let's see who else is here. When my brain's fried, you say, oh, I can imagine. I can imagine. Yeah, I know those days too well. Triple 7 or Trippy A7. I've got to read that twice now. Boeing 777, Air Canada fan. Hello. Scones, hello to you. Really? No. They should be Rolls-Royce? Really? Right, let's see. Okay, so let me just disconnect from VATSIM quickly. Let me go to a different gate, and then let's try this one. Hopefully then I can select the Rolls-Royce. Okay, we'll change it to Rolls-Royce. Okay, Lee. Well, Lee, you're the master. You're the Meister. The livery Meister. I would never doubt your opinion there. Cool. A quick private message. At the moment we are currently, or I am actually busy in the background getting ready for my Cessna flying. So it's now pretty much everything's set. I'm just waiting now for the final call from my instructor. Hey, Thomas. Thomas, just to make sure, it was you, Thomas, right, that I visited? There's so many Thomases here, sometimes I get confused. And Svenja, hello. Right. I don't know about Max Torga today, Air Canada fan. I just find it so unrealistic, you know, to not go long range. I mean, we can do... yeah, dual start. I'm okay with dual start, but I don't think we're going to do... That looks much better. Okay, Lee. Perfect. Dankeschön. Hey, Scones. Thank you so much, Scones, for the 9 months. That message should hopefully pop up in a few seconds. Scones, that's much appreciated. Thanks so much for that. 9 months. Yeah, so today I am planning to do the Arnav Whiskey 29. Now, not because, you know, from sensational perspective, but I mean, the incident was of course spectacular, and gladly nobody got killed in that incident. So what I want to do is the scenery for Newark from Trivitsky Design. I know I'm spelling that wrong. But he brought out a new update for Newark Airport in February this year. And so I've bought that and installed that. So I did want to fly to Newark anyways. And of course that interesting approach there. Now, the last time we were in Newark, we flew the visual. It was called Stadium Visual or something like that. Now, obviously, we won't do that today because, as Lee pointed out as well, the incident aircraft that hit the truck flew the whiskey, RP Whiskey 29. And it's a beautiful approach. The cool thing is the new scenery now actually has the harbor area also very nicely modeled. as you come into the runway 29. Also, the stadium was lovely to see. So I'll show you what I mean. Newark. So we go to approach. We have the RMP Whiskey, this one here. So the last time we flew the stadium visual, and that is literally a complete visual approach. It does give you some waypoints you can help to orientate yourself with. But as you can see here with those little triangle, these little arrows, this on the Jefferson charts depicts a pure visual segment. Now obviously I would say from the procedure, it's up to the operator, airline, private operator, whatever, on how their pilots use their navigation equipment in the aircraft to fly this approach. Obviously, these waypoints will be in the nav database, and then you may have even a vertical path calculated by the FMS. Hey Claudia, and Felix Stock, Uncle Steve, hello, Iowa Scotsman, lovely to see you all. And 105 Thunder, hello. Did the put out the fix for the magenta line issue on the nav display? I'm gonna have to check that. Yeah, I do play in 4K, yes, I do. What? No, the incident wasn't at LaGuardia, no, it was in Newark. Runway 29. Hey Fishcop. So the this is the approach we flew last time. Now for the RMP Whiskey, we have some waypoints as well. So this actually has a programmed and published lateral path. Now you can see here it has step downs between the waypoints, and then you have your final descent point at Afisk, and there's only a very short 2.3 mile vertical profile of 3 degrees down to the last waypoint, which is called Axel. And again, from that waypoint onwards, you have a visual path. Oh, no, Fishcop. No, we're talking about the 767 that hit the truck. I mean, the last pictures I saw was it kind of touched the top. It didn't really hit the side front on with the wheel. It kind of nicked it from above, and that's really what saved the driver and potentially saved a lot of damage and potentially even more injured and maybe dead people. So that was a very close call, yeah. No, like I said, I don't always just do Toga just for the sounds. We do a realistic calculation for the takeoff performance. We could do dual engine start, I'm happy with that, but I'm not going to do Toga all the time. Exactly, no Toga today. The sound is even better on the D rate with the Rolls-Royce engines. Yeah, I'll dial up the sounds later for the engines for sure. That we will do. Yeah, thanks for understanding. So again, this is a visual path. Now, if you look at the ball node here, Axel, it says that it has a visual guidance fix. So turns required in the visual segment, cross Axel, fly visual to the airport along depicted track to runway 29. And again, to help you get established onto the final, it's a very short 1.4 mile final segment from Norway to the runway. Again, you can use those waypoints if you somehow feel like it helps you with the final turn. But again, it is a visual approach from Axel onwards. And here comes the problem. One thing, obviously, that is always an issue when you fly a non-precision approach with a visual segment at the end is to stay on the correct path. The bigger the aircraft, well, let's say the faster the ground speed, and more gusty the winds, let's say, the bigger the issue you will have staying on that correct 3-degree path. Now, on the right-hand side of the runway, there are PAPI lights that help you visually guide you in, and the NTSB, they will have to now investigate how come the pilots got so low, and they will have to look at how communications were going on in the flight deck, and especially as well how the whole approach was briefed, because in the end, when we do briefings, we don't do briefings just for the fun of it. We do briefings for to coordinate our views, how each pilot would fly the approach, and then also we look at threats. And you know the briefing we do at the end, where it says, you know, any threats, anything that we have to mitigate. In this approach, for example, there's definitely some items that are posing a threat and that have to be mitigated. Now, before we start the engines, let me ask you then, what threats do you see with this approach, and how would you mitigate them? Right, I'm gonna collect some answers here, if you want, while I start up the aircraft. Right, let's get the battery power on. Make sure start levers are cut off. Radar is let's have a look at that. Well, that's just going to be turned on here. That should be hopefully off. Landing gear levers down. We have the wipers off. Let's get the ground power connected. High MSA? Not really. Not really. Yeah, the waypoint names, Abhima, are always funny, right? I always have trouble to spell them out. So no Alice approach with late turn to final. Yeah, short runway is definitely going to be a threat. I agree. Hey, TW simulations. Let's see. Actually, now I did record a couple. I did do the approach because I was interested to see how low the approaches were, and you know, if you would have 4 red lights. And I think, yeah, I actually did. Hold on. Yeah, I think that was approach with was that normal? No, that was pretty low. Yeah, I think that was like 4 red lights. And the view from the flight deck. Let me see if I can find a view. Did I get a view from the flight deck? No. Actually, hang on. That was from the for the stream announcement. Hang on. Let me have a quick look here. I think here the light poles here in X-Plane, they're a bit higher than they are in real life. But I think that was more a normal approach, right? Yeah, that was a low approach here that I did on purpose. And there were 4 red lights on the PAPIs. Is the threshold more displaced? Not really. I don't think so. I think IRL It's what did Broncolirio say? 600 feet from the turnpike. Only 600 feet to the beginning of the touchdown of the runway threshold. But I don't know. I didn't measure it, right? So I don't know exactly. But yeah, there's a small displacement. But again, it is more like let me just find Newark. Show you. So here, right? So look at this. So here's the turnpike. Here's the road. It's not long. So from here, from this point here, is there a to about here where they hit the truck is 600 feet, 200 meters. Hey, Ghost. So it's definitely right click. Oh yeah, thank you very much. That even says 100 meters. Oh, sorry, no, disregard, 200 meters. There we go, 200 meters. So 200 meters, that's not much. That is not much, right? That is not much. And then you have to the touchdown zone markers here, it's 500 meters. Even that is not long, right? And then the whole runway, oops. Ah, that's right. Hang on. How do I get rid of that? There we go. So let's do from here all the way to about there. Yeah, pretty much 2,000 meters. So from the threshold to the other threshold, 2,000 meters. And then I couldn't believe, I'm not sure if it was Lee that told me that 777s land there. And of course they had very gusty winds that day. Yeah, very gusty headwind. So literally pure headwind, but gusting 30. Yeah, I have a face cam as well, yeah. Since November last year. Good, so threats. One of the threats people mentioned correctly. Hey, Kate and Chaos. About 3.2 seconds to cover the 200 meters. Look at that. 21, 22, 23. Right? That's how fast things go. So one of the things I see as a risk, and that's worth briefing, is call-outs. And I remember that when I briefed approaches and I had very strong winds, crosswinds, or like this, like in Nice, for example, visual paths at the end, I would always brief, make your call-outs. Two reasons. One, it's then going to be recorded on the voice recorder. So the co-pilot then can definitely say and prove that he did his due diligence in calling out deviations. And then one of the big issues the pilot flying has is a pilot flying may get tunnel visioned. Depending on how stressful an approach is, how much he has to focus or she has to focus on the approach, the easier it can be to get into a tunnel vision. And so the pilot monitoring has a huge role, a huge important role. And in the end, the only mitigation you can do is go around call. And when you have 3 red, 1 white, that's literally the lowest you should go. The moment you have 4 red lights, you have a problem. There is no 5th red light. It just, you can be like 20 feet low, you could be 30 feet low, 40 feet low, 50 feet low. It's all 4 red lights. There is no more indication. Once you receive 4 red lights, below that is there's no more gradient. And that's what makes it dangerous. So really, what you could do to mitigate is say to your pilot monitoring, okay, call outs, speed and vertical deviation. The moment we hit 4 red lights, there can only be 1 call, and that is go around. So the call shouldn't be 4 red, the call should just be go around. And then I would say to my pilot monitoring, okay, if I don't react within 1 second, that if you don't hit go around from me within 1 second, take over. All right. Sounds a bit drastic, but literally, there is, as we see with approaches like this, the margin of error is so small, especially with these large aircraft. You have no other option to mitigate things. Right. Aviamar, if you like, it's a good question. I mean, if you're still 3 miles out, then 4 red lights can be corrected. But I mean, below 500 feet, I would say 4 red lights is just a go around. Yeah, as I don't remember, and I'm pretty sure there is no, at least there wasn't in our documentation, a clear definition on, at what point does the 4 red lights mean go around. I mean, it's like a little bit of a gray zone, but in the end, it's an indication for you. And remember, yeah, exactly. Remember that it's a angular indication, meaning the further out you go, the larger the deviation has to be to get to different light indications, right? So if you're 200 feet above the ground, then you literally only, I think it's 15 feet to change from, 2 red, 2 white to 3 red, 1 white, and then maybe only 30 feet low to get to the 4 red. And again, that makes it, of course, very sensitive at the end. But like I said, the moment you have 4 red lights, you don't know how low you are. You know you're low, too low, but you don't know, are you going to start hitting objects, or are you still good, right? I don't know what the minimum eye height over the threshold. I have no idea. I mean, that's the question. Green Dot Foxtrot. That's what aircraft are we talking about? Think about 340-600 compared to a A320, right? The thing is that your radial altimeter is located at the aft fuselage, where it is the lowest point of the aircraft. Right, that will give you a good indication then, and you know that 50 feet call out of the radial altimeter should be over the runway threshold. Right. So yeah, but we'll see. No, so Dave, they didn't have crosswind. The reason I can show you guys. The weather. Hang on, historical. There's a historical website, historical TAF. So that was on the 3rd at 1700, right? So I'll use that. I'm going to take just a meter. Send that. So the wind they had at the time of the incident was 290, 23, gusting 32. Right. Well, the gust 32 would have made the approach to runway 22 very challenging. I mean, it's within limits, but you know, if the landing distance is okay that they calculated with the 767, which I assume would be okay, especially with that much headwind, then it's going to be easier, theoretically easier to land. Now, but I agree in some parts, it's one of those discussions, right? It's one of those discussions on how, you know, you would weigh pros and cons in that case. So you could argue, yeah, the runway 22 left, for example, has an ILS. Right, it has a longer runway. Potentially no bigger obstacles right below the path. So you would mitigate the risks of that non-precision approach. But I don't know how it is in the US, guys. I mean, I've flown to the US, and I know, for example, I'll give you a nice story while I prepared the aircraft. So we flew 787 to, it was Minneapolis for the very first time. I think it was Minneapolis. And let me just check something really quickly. Airport. Just want to make sure that I'm not telling you guys I'm confusing the airports. Yeah. So, Minneapolis. And it was my very first time flying to Minneapolis. Okay. Oh, actually, this is right. No, it was the second time. It was the second time. First time I flew doing training, I flew to Minneapolis. And then I flew shortly after my final check flight. I flew to Minneapolis as well. And when we flew to Minneapolis the first time, we landed 1-2 right. And so this time, we expected as well, 1-2 right, 3,000 meters. We had a very heavy 787, and then we heard on the ATIS 1-7, 1-2 right in use for landing. And then we got to approach, and the approach controller said to us, let's approach 1-7. And I was like, ooh. I was pilot monitoring. My senior first officer was pilot flying. I said, shall we request 1-2 right? He said, yeah, sure. So I requested 1-2 right, and he said, well, enable your request due to traffic. And then I said, well, so what? Do we have to expect delay? And he said, yeah, you would have to expect delay for the approach. So the thing is this. So you have 2,438 meters. And we calculated with autobrake 3, I think, and we had like maybe 300 meters buffer. Hey, HD Sim. So perfectly legal to land there, right? And the first officer was, or senior officer was he was so focused because he briefed like, oh, we don't have much flare time, and I said, well, we've got 300 meters buffer, so it's 1,000 feet. I mean, it's not too bad, right? But he did set it down pretty heftily, so it wasn't butter, okay? And then he was like really upset because and I said, well, you kind of focused too much on touching down without wasting too much runway, which is okay, but I mean, it's not as if this was a very short runway, right? But again, you can ask the controller for a different runway, but if the controller then says to you, expect, long delay, well, then I guess you're going to go with whatever they give you, right? Now, I don't know about what happened that day, if they would have been granted 2-2 or not. I don't know. I don't know how this Newark... I've been there on the 747 a long time ago, but I've not been there on the 787, so... but fact of the matter is, they flew the runway 29 approach. They must have felt comfortable doing it. Probably wasn't the first time they flew this approach. So the only real big thing was obviously the wind, which made it challenging. And I think Blancolirio, didn't he show some readouts from ADS-B data that they had, well, some variations in the descent rate, right? So they were fighting, they were definitely battling the winds. And so definitely a challenge. And 100%, I could get low in the approach as well. I've done it in the past. Whatever reason, you're tired, you're battling with the winds, you've got up and down drafts, you're on a non-precision approach. You come in nicely, 2 red, 2 white. Suddenly you see 1 white, 3 red. Okay, Lee. And then before you know it, bam, you got the 4 reds. Right? It happens so quickly. Now the only thing you can do is mitigate, the threat being too low by priming yourself to say go around. Right? It's okay to battle to a certain point, but especially below 500 feet height, 4 red lights, definitely reason to start thinking about go arounds. Right? So that will be my mitigation of that threat. Let me just check everything's on. Overhead panel here, that looks good. And now I've already got my clearance. Oh, hang on. Got disconnected. So my it says no control here. Squawk 5625. 5625. But there's no ATC here. Yeah, Ghost. It's one of those things I don't understand either why. You would never find the aircraft in that switched off state. I don't know. Just the way it is. But good news, guys. Good news. The aircraft now has wind uplink. With Gust 35 you might say, yes, absolutely. Yeah, fish cup. Not only that, but like you said, I mean, you've experienced that as well. If you have a sudden 15 knot wind drop, so even though you've got some 15 knot additional, even in the snark alert, losing 15 knots of airflow over the wings definitely makes you, having to react quickly to increase the angle of attack. If you don't increase the angle of attack quickly enough, the aircraft will drop. Right. So a 15 knots, a headwind loss will result in a lower flight path initially, right? And then you have to correct that. So again, definitely very challenging, no doubt. Good. Let's go and put the GPS position in route requests. Let's see if that works. Whoops. Yeah, I mean, I think the engines, if you have like the problem that initially had a positive wind gust where you spool down the engines quite far, and then suddenly you get into a negative wind gust where you have to quickly spool the engines up, potentially yes. It could mean that it takes a bit long to spool up the engines, yeah. And again, it's just one of those things. I feel sorry for the pilots because they are under extreme scrutiny now. The whole investigations, and again, and I think if you, on one of the recordings, if I saw that correctly, you did see a sudden drop of the aircraft around, let's say, 200 feet, and then prior to the turnpike, they literally did a level off. They flew fairly level. I mean, they did descend even further, yes, but not so drastically anymore. And then they touched that truck. But yeah, it's one of those things. Investigators will have to find out, yeah, what happened. And again, the important thing is not to punish the pilots. And I was actually shocked to hear a interview by the Ministry of the Transport Minister, or whatever they call them, their Transport Secretary in the US, how he condemned the whole incident, saying this should have never happened. Like, what are you on about? I mean, yeah, these things can happen. They can happen quickly. Sure, they shouldn't happen, but I mean, if you design an approach that where you are on path to red to white, and your clearance from your landing gear is only, let's say, 30, 40 feet by design, I mean, the margin of error is just, you know, initially so low. I mean, if you really want to make sure you add more buffer, well, then don't allow the approach for big airliners, for example. Say the only maximum you can do is in an A320 or 737. Anything larger than that, not allowed. Oh yeah, you're right. Hang on, I forgot. Yeah, you're right. Hold on, I forgot. Yeah, I've got to initialize the flight first of all, and then I've got to go external services. Let's connect there before I forget, and then here as well. Yeah, you're right. Let's do that again. Yeah, correct. Exactly. That's not exactly a very just culture, right? Already condemning things before the investigations have been completed, right? So we're loading the flight plan, the flight number, so I can activate, execute it. Performance uplink I'm going to disregard. So let's go init, performance init, reject that. I'll enter that myself. Departure now. Let me check the wind here. Is the sound from the aircraft too loud, guys? Because I can turn them down a bit. And then we'll turn them up again later. That's better. Okay, thank you. Good. Let me have a look for the real-world procedures in Chicago. So real-world Chicago says expect vectors ILS 27 center, visual approach 27 right. Let's see. What departures 22 left, 27 left from Tango Tango. Let's check that out. So 22 left would be good for us, I guess. 2,500 meters. The wind currently 270 12, gusting 22. Yeah, I'm happy with 22, to be honest. But 27 left here would be Tango from here. So 27 left would be departing from here. But we'll depart from here, November or Victor, whatever that is. Yeah, we'll plan to depart here. You need 2 more runways. Hey Jens. Yeah, exactly. Good. Okay, and then we're gonna depart on the hang on, on the departure, O'Hare 9 departure, and the exit point is Duffy. So all aircraft, top altitude 5,000 feet, I'll dial that in a moment. And then we'll depart, cross 5.5 arc from Chicago DME at or above 3,000 and 8.5 at or above 4,000 and maintain 5,000 or assigned altitude. And then we'll vector ourselves to Duffy. And that's all we're going to do. It's a fairly... Hang on. It's a fairly new... No, there it is, right? I mean, it's a good point. Look at that Chicago skyline back there. Beautiful. No, that was in Newark. I think we flew to Newark, where that runway we flew to didn't exist or something. Or was it Newark? I don't... It was some runway that didn't exist. Yeah. Good. So we'll take runway 22 left. Yeah, I agree. X-Plane has really improved in that regard. Right, 22 no sits. Interesting. Huh? Hang on. What? Why is there no... Hold on. I've got the NAV database active. How come there's no... How weird. There's absolutely zero departure routes in here. Okay. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Hang on. Oh. It's for some reason it binds buttons to that, which is so silly. Right. Just have to do a couple of things here, guys. Sorry. Before something happens in flight. Right. Do nothing there. Right. So that's that. Look at that. Darn. Eric, good of you. Yeah, I mean, but still, I mean, it's weird. I would have guessed, you know, at least you would have that Chicago 9 initially, maybe. But I guess Boeing just says it's not necessary in this regard. Start pushback. Are you kidding me? And trim down. Like what? Hold on. Oh my god. Trim up. No. I wish there were like options to set everything to nothing. Right, the rest seems okay then. Yeah, I think I've got everything now. Yeah. Good. Yeah. So again, we'll take oops, departure arrival. 22 left. There is execute. Colin, yeah, it is a bit strange. I mean, it seems okay most of the time, but yeah, sometimes you get these weird. Right, so we're using the Arnold 29 whiskey. We've got the FQM3, and we're doing the patron transition. However, let me just check the chart here. However, what we'll do is star.
Welcome aboard the Captain Black Box Twitch channel subscriber experience. Could new
yeah, there we go. FQM Williamsport.
First class cabin, where complimentary drinks, snacks, and premium flight entertainment will be.
Hey, Stobby Flyer.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Stobby Flyer, for the 22 months. Hope you do well.
Thumbnail Kappa.
Hello. Thank you so much, Flyer. So Williamsport 3 arrival. That leads us to Broadway. Let's see, is there any... It says slate transition. Hang on. Let's check the flight plan real quickly. Yeah, via slate. Okay, there it goes. So slate run. So everything's selected here. And then let's check the plan mode quickly. Let's step through. And yeah, so from the last waypoint suite, it's vectors. So we go suite, and then it's vectors to patron. We'll see if we have control or not. Yeah, I mean, no, so the 777 here is much, much better. Version 2 is much better than the 767 or 757. I tried the 767 because of the approach to Newark, and man, it still has a lot of issues. So yeah, but it's no comparison. The 777 here, 200ER, 300ER version 3, much better. Good. Let's do that. Plan mode again. Right, so then let's load the aircraft. We are expecting a zero fuel weight of 170.6. So let's go menu, airplane, weight and balance, fill from sim brief, loading page. So now we've loaded everything. Let's check the load sheet, make sure that is correct. So we are expecting 170.6 zero fuel weight, takeoff weight 187.3 is all correct, and CG 36.7. Right, so let me enter those values there. Into the MCDU 170.6. Zero fuel weight reserves. We find them on the OFP. So we go to flights, OFP. It's this value here, 6 tons. And that is what we're entering on the reserve page here. So 6 tons. Alternate is Philadelphia. Cruising level 3900. Cost index. Oh, interesting. So we're now automatically loading winds. Okay, interesting. Cost index 17. That's. Oh, I know why. I'll show you that. The reason why it's a low cost index. Whenever you see like 17, Motivational Pilot, 17, so low cost indices on the Boeing aircraft, 747, 777, it means only one thing, and that is you have very strong tailwind. Cruise G30 set. And so if you go to the next page now, route data will load the wind data, execute, and then on the FMC com page, we can only load descent winds. There are no climb winds here in the 777. So there we go. So that's cool, right? Now have a look here, level 390, 268, 120 knots. And we have an average wind component today to New York of plus 96 knots. That's what I call efficient. Excellent. Oops. Yeah, Admiral, we'll see. We'll see if that ever happens. But now let me just check enough right here, and then let's go with the Golf Charlie Oscar. So Golf Charlie Oscar, put that in there. 108.25, is that correct? Yeah, it is. And it's showing already there. Fantastic. Cool. Right. Now, last thing to do is we want to go onto performance page. Let's look for Kilo Oscar Romeo Delta. Search. Runway 22 left. 22 left. There it is. No intersection, condition dry. The wind, steady wind was 270.12. Nice, you can use a keyboard, which is nice. Then we have temperature 12. Oops, not 45, 12. And the QNH is 2993. 29.93. Takeoff weight 187.3. 187.300. CG for takeoff 36.7, let's say. Thrust rating will take we're not heavy, we'll take TO1. Assume temperature 45-ish. Flat 5. Anti-ice off. Calculate. Right, so max takeoff weight with these values, and that runway would be 256 tons, so I should think we're okay. MJ, hey. Green Dot Foxtrot asks, do airliners have their own risk management for approaches like this? Yes. Yeah. So, good question. And yes, if I remember correctly, on the 787, we were not allowed to land on runway 29. And the approach controllers actually, I think, knew that. So, yeah, because at the beginning, when the 787 came to the fleet, they did fly to Newark, and Avima, I don't think so. No, I think you have to select that yourself. Yeah. Hey, thank you. So there should be 1.248 EPR. Let's see when we enter the values here. So flap 5. Flap 5. It should be about thrust limit first of all. Thrst limit TO1. We set assume 45. Takeoff. CG. It said 30. Let's do 37. 37. Trim 2.25. And then I've got 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 6, and then, man, I really dislike the low V2s. The reason why is the following. So, imagine this huge aircraft. All right, it has a huge rudder section, yes, to counteract asymmetrical thrust. But there is always a minimum control speed ground and a minimum control speed air. VMCA and VMCG. And the VMCG obviously is important in case you are past V1. So you have to go. You can't abort a takeoff anymore. And you have an engine failure. The rudder has to be strong enough aerodynamically to counteract that asymmetrical thrust, okay? And that would assume full thrust. Because for some reason, maybe, you had a situation where just prior you had wind shear, you had max thrust, whatever, right? So you want to make sure you are at an airspeed that you have enough aerodynamic force on the rudder to counteract an engine failure. The same applies for, when you're airborne, okay? So to me, if I look at the values here, V2 130 knots. I just think it's too low, to be honest. So I'm going to go with 141. Yeah, so the FMS gave me 141, which is the value I'm going to take. Good, so I think we had 5,000 for the approach, top altitude. Let me select the runway track in a second, and then we want to select 141 here. LNAV, VNAV. I'll take the flight path vector as well. And then we are pretty much completed with the preparations. Yeah, exactly. The A380 has that enormous vertical stabilizer with a huge double rudder section there. No, so if you look at the green band, right, that is within the green band, so I mean, that's a problem, right? We've got to take those values that that we get from the aircraft. Oh, the EPR here is 1.322. Now, what's the temperature? Plus 12, yeah. So TAT plus 12. So yeah, and here it's got much higher EPR as well, which is a bit strange. Good, let's start the APU. Let's get things going. Just checking the overhead panel here quickly. Make sure we have everything. Check the door page. Door page. Let's close the doors. Airplane doors. Everything is closed. Let's arm all the doors. All doors are armed. Fantastic. Ground service. Let's get rid of the stairs. We'll wait for the APU to start. Park brake is set.
Unable to find view ID 9.
APU generator on. External power disconnected. Now let's remove all of these. I think you can, oh, let's take a sip of coffee. I think you can maybe save your own state. That would be a solution, right? Good, briefing guys. So, parked here. Gonna taxi, pushback, taxi out. Victor 2, Victor, full length. No hotspots. Departure O'Hare 9. Initial climb 5,000. Limits 5.5, 3,000 or above. 8.5 miles, 4,000 above. And then maintain 5,000. Vectors Duffy. Then en route. Level 390 later on. Sector 3,400 feet all around. Specials, threats. Yeah, Rip Van Winkle. So personally, it's just one of those things that I have done on the 787 as well. It just helps you to visualize quickly what the path of the aircraft is. So sometimes you may get a spatial illusion where, yeah, I don't know why it's bouncing, to be honest. It shouldn't be bouncing. Maybe it's because of the wind, I don't know, because G-load, but it shouldn't bounce. But anyways, so, you know, let's say you're flying through clouds or along some clouds, and then, yeah, sometimes you may get a spatial disorientation because you feel some G-loads due to turbulence or something. And then I always found it very helpful to quickly look at the flight path vector to kind of get my brain to understand what it's feeling compared to what actually is happening. Right. So that's why I've actually made a habit of always having that on. And it's not as if you are, you know, I don't know, a weak-minded pilot or something. No, quite the contrary. You're making use of systems, indications that can maybe prevent upsets, right? So, yeah, absolutely, you should have that on, in my opinion. Hey, Caleb. Oh, you got into pilot ditch, nice. Yeah, appreciate it. Well, I'm happy to hear that you're enjoying it. Good, let's read the first checklist. Pre-flight checklist, oxygen test at 100%. Flight instruments, we got 29, oh hang on, it should be 2993. Yeah, 2993, 2993. Is there also a button somewhere, guys, to synchronize to the other side? 2993, where was that? There was a button somewhere, wasn't it? Or was that on some other aircraft? Oh, Colin, no, come on. Yeah, so 2993, 710. Oh, that was the PMDG. Overhead? No. Because there was a button somewhere where you can synchronize the altimeters. I guess it was a different aircraft. Yeah. True, Ghost, yeah. On the Airbus is a bit different, right? Top right of the ethos. Hold on. Top right. No, hang on. Oh, here. Ah, there it is. I thought so. Thank you. That's it. It's a little click spot here. You can't. There's nothing there, but yeah, you can see now the mouse pointer. Perfect. Thank you very much. Good. So we got 2993 set 3 times, and yeah, instruments heading to 075 checked. Pre-flight checklist complete. Let's do the before start items.
Ground to cockpit. Please show me where you want to go.
Absolutely, Toto. Here you want to go here. Right, there you go.
Ground to cockpit. Tow is driving up.
So that's all done. Fuel pumps on. Nothing in center tanks, so those remain off. Beacon comes on. That looks all good. That looks good. That looks good. Transponder.
Okay, all doors and hatches are closed. Ready to connect.
Transponder is on. No Charlie. Before start checklist. Oh, flight deck door. Is it open? No, but it's not locked. Hold on. Good. So seat belts on. Doors and windows closed. MCP V2141 heading 227. Altitude 5000. Takeoff speeds 123. VR 126. V2141. CED pre-flight completed. Now trim 2.25. 2.25. 00. Taxi takeoff briefing completed. Before start.
Tow connected and bypass pin inserted. Release parking brake.
Let's see. Oh yeah.
Starting pushback. And you may start engines.
Good. So I want to have. Oops. Hold on. Exterior sounds on. High. Now, for engine start. Okay. Dual engine start. Cool. So left, right, or right, left. Hey, Robin is. I agree. The spinner and the fan blade animation was very good. Yeah, I agree. Now I've got to be careful. I've got to contact CTAF here. Ground. I guess 2075, right? 2075.
Operation complete. Set parking brake.
Brake set.
Disconnecting tow. Stand by.
I'm just going to dial in the 8. Oh, there's no 8 here, so. Let's disconnect. Let's do the after start. APU goes off. The rest is done up here. Let's set, so before taxi items, flaps 5. Engines need to warm up. Typical Rolls Royce. Flight control check. Look at that page here. Full up. Full down.
Tow is disconnected and bypass bin has been removed. Hand signal on the left. We'll see you next time and have a safe flight.
Thank you for that. And look at this. You got the flaperon and aileron droops. So if you got flaps up, you see how those ailerons and elevators move flush again? So what's a flaperon? This area here. So let me put the... I'm gonna wait until it's finished. Nice sounds too. Like, let's go back to flaps 5 again. And then as the flaps move, you will see the flaperon droop as well, and the aileron. You see? Look how they move. Normally these are used for roll control, you see. But they always function here as well. Just like on the Airbus as lift devices. Is the takeoff gross weight something you will fill up in the FMS in real life? I was under these bits outside the FMS anyways. I mean, the takeoff gross weight is something you get from the load sheet. So you have your planned values, and then you will have your final values, and those are given to you by a ramp agent or the load master. So it's a value you get from the load master from outside. So it's not measured anywhere in the aircraft, and then you enter that into the FMS. And so you also take these values then to calculate the V-speeds. It doesn't matter if you use the Boeing performance calculator or an external app, which should have the same values really. But you take that value you get from your load master. Is that what you wanted to ask, or? Oh no, I think you didn't see that because let me just check again. Hold on. Yeah, so what I did while I was talking, so I have my physical MCDU here, or physical FMS. So that's why you didn't see it. Oh, I could have popped that out. Now I realize I could have popped that out. Yeah, so I just typed once. Look, so I'm just typing on my physical FMS here and put that in. And then on the takeoff page, I did take the initial values here from the performance tool, 123, 126, and then I said, I just don't like the V2 value. It's just too low. And there the MAC 37 rounded up. Is there a trim value anywhere? No. Oh, hang on, sorry. Hey, slick one. Oh, okay, exactly. So, yeah, hang on. Next to gross weight is takeoff gross weight. Hold on. Gross weight. Thrust limit. Takeoff. Oh, this one here. Ah, okay. So this value there. Gross weight and takeoff gross weight. No. Yeah. Okay. Now I understand. No. We never changed that. Because all we did is, as we taxied out, we made sure that the actual gross weight is at or below the calculated gross weight. Yeah, Shatter Manager, you never used it either. Yeah, but good question. Yeah, sorry for that. So I guess what happens if you put like 187.3 in here? Oh, it's for the speeds, right? Interesting though, yeah, so it's got higher speeds again, but I'm going to put invalid entry. I'm going to put those values 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. Yeah, I'll take the higher VR as well, and then I'll take 140. Yep, 140. There we go. Cool. Yeah, thanks for the question. Yeah, I never noticed that. Completely new to me as well. Now, the runway heading, correctement, info should be 225. Cool. We're all set. Let's read the before taxi checklist. Recall checked. Flight controls checked. Ground equipment is clear. And to dial down the outside sounds a bit dominant. Hey Lee, hey Bruno. Good. Chicago here, traffic. American 648 taxiing, 628 taxiing, runway 2 to left in Chicago over here. 628. Taxi light on. Here we go. It's already taxiing off as we're very light. Brakes are working. So we're going to go ahead, left on Victor to the end, then we'll turn right. Yeah, we are light today, absolutely. I find the viewpoint a little bit off, to be honest. Let's have a quick look here, just go back a little bit.
Camera saved.
That's a bit better. Yeah, the spool up sounds nice. I agree. Beautiful. Both sides are clear, and the background Chicago. Brilliant. So we've got an overshoot here. Try to imagine where the landing gear is. Here's the question again. Didn't Boris make the sounds here? I thought he was the one that made the sounds, actually. Yeah, and the taxi cam. Yeah, he did, right? No? Hang on. Yes, no? What? Make up your mind, guys. Friends of his. Okay. So for the PMDG, okay. But not X-Plane. But a friend of his, okay. Well, they're good sounds. Let's just say that. Good sounds. Happy with them. Good. We have still look at the engine. You see here the status here, engine. They're still cold. We still can't take off. So before takeoff checklist is completed, at least that, but we still have the engine status showing. I'm not sure. I don't think it has to do with the rotor Boeing or the, the shaft Boeing. I think it has more to do in general with the engine parts. It's a 3-spool engine. Right, so you have N1, N2, and N3. Just a different engine setup. So it just takes longer for everything to warm up. Stop here, wait for the engines to warm up. Great set. Oh, there we go. Now they are good. Status has been removed. Engines are good to go. Chicago air traffic. American 628 heavies lining up departing 2 to left in Chicago here.
Air traffic active 1748 is Airbus Northport, taxi to 27 left to Tango Tango, over.
Oh, there we go. Cool. TCAS. TARA. I'm going to take weather radar, even though it's probably not working, but who knows. Terrain mode on, nothing on TCAS. Looking good. Let's see. Yep. Ah, it reset the camera again. Are you kidding me? Change that. Properties. Let's change that quickly. Good. Are we ready? Let's go to run. Takeoff. Nice. Thruster set. 100 knots now. Still flying a V1. V1. Yeah. Wind seems.
Air traffic Cactus 1748 to Airbus departing runway 27 left at Tango Tango. Right turn to the northeast, over.
Let's go. Heading select. Enough speed. Really good sound. Flaps 1. Flaps 1. Chicago in the background there. Flaps up. Flaps up. Let's get ourselves left somewhere to the northeast. 060 heading select. And flies beautifully. Just make the internal sounds a bit quieter. Good. Let's read the after takeoff checklist. After takeoff checklist complete. Oh yeah, Chicago. Downtown there. Out. Good, let's proceed. Direct to Duffy. Execute. Elnaf, enough out. Duffy. So yeah, we did manage the 8 miles 4,000 as well, very nicely. And then let's go climb. Let's do that. 390. Thrust ref, VNAV speed, LNAV. And Chicago air traffic. American 628 Heavy is departing now to the northeast to Duffy. It's interesting, I have a feeling that external doesn't work when you dial it down. Enjoying the bus tour, yeah, fantastic. Chicago is just such a huge city. Bedford, no, sorry, I missed your message earlier. Oh, what you mean? Huh? What you mean with your unprofessionalism? I do not notice any unprofessionalism. Oh, you mean like the... Oh, hang, was that the discussion? Because we did a shared cockpit, I think, there, didn't we? Yeah, but I honestly... Yeah, no need to apologize. I don't think it was that bad that you need to apologize. Sometimes we get carried away with things, so... All good. Always happy to get service, guys. I'm always happy to have... service on VATSIM. Oh, look at that. Beautiful. Lake Michigan. Oh, there's downtown. Oh, wow. Oh, nice. Changed so much over the last years. Yeah, we are planning to do the RMP-29, yeah. Even though the... That's a little bit of turbulence here. Even though the winds probably suggest something else, but we'll have a look. Hang on, we need to get Newark weather. VATSIM... Oh, we have VATSIM ATIS. Okay, so they are currently flying ILS 22 left. It's not too bad. 210 at 8. I mean, we can still request for training. The RMP Whiskey 29. I mean, the controller will be like, yeah, right, sure, for training. But I do want to demonstrate the approach. I do want to show you guys how, yeah, right, how difficult it is, and how quickly you can become high or low in the approach. And then, even if you have too red, too white, the clearance over the... So I'm not going to go on purposely low. I'm not going to do that. Maybe 1 white, 3 red. But again, 4 red means go around. So here's my briefing to you guys already. And you guys will have to shout go around. If we see below 500 feet height, if we see 4 red lights, it's an instant go around. Okay?
You can always go around.
That's it.
If it don't look right coming down, don't wait until you're sideways, maybe sliding on the ground. You can always go around.
Exactly that. So lovely clouds again today. Beautiful. Good. Passing transition. Setting standard. Standard. Cross-checked. It's not too bad with the turbulence, is it? But let's have a quick look at the sigmets, because you can imagine 100 knots tailwind on average means we are going to have a jet stream, 100%. So let's have a quick look here. Oh yeah. So this is for flight level. It says 100 to 450. Okay, interesting. Right. So there's a jet stream here, a little bit to the south. It has 175 knots maximum speed. So we do have icing, and then area 1, which is here. So this area here is 1. We do have moderate turbulence between level 160 to 400. I see the aircraft bobbing about a bit. So IRL, yeah, definitely. Look at the wing flex. IRL, definitely a good reason to leave the passenger strapped in for now. Oh, and then engine anti-ice is automatic. I was surprised, like at the moment, that it's not sensing any ice aggression, but it's just the way it is. We're going to trust the aircraft on that. I'm not gonna lie, that is one of the best spinner simulations I've ever seen. Looks really good, and the starter was very nice. Famous last words here. PNG should learn, yeah. I find the engine wobble a bit excessive. I don't think it will be that hefty IRL. Yeah, of course. And you can see the flatteron doing its work here.
Camera saved.
Trying to... yeah, it's way too much. Yeah, that engine wobble. Yeah. It's nice to have, no doubt. It's nice to have... oh yeah, nice. Break up the clouds a bit. An engine wobble, but yeah, it's a bit too much. But you know, we're flight simmers, right? We're always complaining. Always complaining. You can never get it correct for us. Yeah, cool. But what we can do is go to the NAVRAD and we can clear out the delete. So I have automatic here, secondary flight plan, route copy. Anything else? So what we want to do later in cruise flight, we have a bit of a cruise time, around about 2 hours cruise time, so we can program the other approach 2 to left in route 2 in case the controller doesn't approve our request. Hey Svenja. Overlay? Or where was it missing? Sorry. Yeah, sometimes when you switch scenes, it does take a few seconds to update. Yeah, so Dex Tanata. So maybe after we land, I may jump into the Cessna 172. It's back again? Okay, fantastic. Yeah, I may jump into the Cessna 172 just to mess about a bit. Maybe go to Innsbruck. And so GA flying, that's something I'm going to be interested to find out myself. So any day now, I'm going to get a phone call from my instructor that we're good to go on the Cessna 172 for some flight hours, because I do want to get my PPL back. And then I'll have a pure comparison between the real aircraft and the, let's say, the FSLabs 172 here in X-plane. So, you know, one-to-one comparison, including the force feedback yoke, and then see how the aircraft behaves, right? No, so I had to get a new instructor, but the new instructor is also a real-world pilot, flies A340s. Well, I think it's going to change to 77 now, I guess. So he already told me that when we go into the flare, and I think I'm about to touch down, he'll swear that we're still about 2 meters off the ground. So he knows. So he's trained some other colleagues of mine, so he knows how we misjudge the flare. Yeah. So it's going to be a slow progression. You know, flare 20 feet, flare 15 feet, flare 10 feet, flare 5 feet, flare 5 feet, flare 5 feet, flare 5 feet, and then after 20 flare 5 feet, then finally I'll have the courage to mentally fly the aircraft into the ground. And then I get the flare correct. So we'll see. But I'll keep you guys posted, no doubt. Should be a funny story for sure. I'll ask him if he minds if I record some of the flights. So I've got the Insta 360 hat clamp, so a little video camera. We'll see if I can get that running, and then we'll see. So I have already been practicing here in the sim. I've been practicing the patterns. So, you know, full throttle, no flap takeoff, full throttle, 300 feet, flaps up. Into pattern altitude about 800 feet, 2000 RPM, downwind, a beam threshold, flaps 10, going base, flaps 20, final, full flaps. Yeah, mixture full rich, carburetor heat warm on final. Here in the FSLabs we don't have carburetor because it's an injected engine. But yeah, I've already practiced some stuff. So the thing is though, well, I guess it's just, so one of the cues you have when you look behind you, if the threshold is about at a 45-degree angle behind you, that's when you start your base turn usually, and then it's just eyeballing. And from what I see, here's 390 EMF path. So from what I see usually when I fly with friends or I watch landings, nobody does a 3-degree profile, right? So they either come in way too steep, which happens quite often from my observations, or they come in very low. So, yeah, forget about the 3-degree profile stuff. Fish Cup, correct me, or Fabian, correct me if I'm wrong. But, yeah, and the reason is, of course, one of the arguments is you want to be potentially high. No, you want to be higher in the approach because if the engine fails anywhere in the pattern, you want to be able to reach the runway in with a dead engine. Right. So there's no point in flying so far out to get a 3-degree profile going, and then the engine quits and you can't reach the airfield, right? So that's why you stay in the pattern at an altitude and then the distance from the pattern that if at any point the engine quits, you make the runway. Well, usually no. So Avimar usually patterns have published pattern altitudes. So I'll show you that here on Sky Demon. Aerodrome charts. No, where is it? Textual information. Push chart. Here we go. So let me show you guys on AirPlay. Then we'll have VATSIM. Actually, hang on, we can do that here. We can do it this way. Can you guys see that? So here it has 1,000 feet pattern. So ultralight, it's 1,000 feet. The normal gliders is 600 feet. Yeah, so both sides 1,000 feet. Yeah, so that's definitely clearly defined how high you have to fly the patterns. Well, yeah, sure. I mean, you know, if you're flying let's say you're flying to an airport where you have airliners landing, absolutely. It's a good idea to stay above the wakes, 100%. Yeah. Fabian says the Papi at Lima Oscar Alpha Victor at 4.5 degrees and 4 degrees. Okay, interesting. Exactly. So MSL means QNH, 1,000 feet QNH, yeah. Cool. Right, let me have a look. I want to make a drawing. Hold on. So let's do that. Good. So I was telling you guys about the Papi indications, right? So let me draw a runway really quickly. So here, let's say we have runway. So let's say that is runway. What is that? So that's better. So runway 29, okay. And then we have the PAPI lights. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4 PAPI lights there. So ideally we would have, 2 red. Huh? What happened now? Let's not delete that. There we go. So we have 2 red, 2 white, okay, which would then indicate to us we are perfectly on a 3-degree profile. Okay. So normally everything's lined up to the touchdown zone here. Okay. So you have in the center a 3-degree profile. All right. So obviously there's going to be a lower limit where you have 4 red lights. Why is it deleting? That makes sense. All right. And then of course you have an angle that shows you 1 white, 3 red. All right. And the same for above. So here you have 3 white. That's a box. Why? Oi! Oh, hang on. So then you have, of course, 4 whites. So cool. Makes sense, right? And there, of course, you have 2 red, 2 white on the 3-degree profile. I don't understand this program sometimes. There we go. Right. Shouldn't the red be next the runway? Hang on. Hey, Ulas, what do you mean? Yeah, don't take this I'm trying to get to a different point here. So, what I'm telling you guys is that the moment that you hit the 4 reds, right? So this area is going to be 4 reds. You just do not have any indication below that. All right. So this is literally your last line of defense. Right. This is literally something that if you ignore that and you go lower, you definitely do not have any more obstacle clearances. So in the case of Newark, where you have the turnpike with the highway below that, there's obviously going to be a path with obstacle clearance. And I don't know, I would think operators would get somehow documentation to see with their aircraft types. Because obviously if you fly a let's say an A320 compared to a a 767, right, you can imagine that your clearance, the tail clearance, is going to be a bit different. And then somebody was asking about the eye height, right? So where the pilot sits in the front, okay? So you can imagine that from your viewpoint here, that vertical distance is going to be higher in the large aircraft. So I remember, for example, in Nice, it should have a note. Let's see if I find that here on the Jefferson charts. Lima Fox Mike November. There should be a remark regarding the party lights. I guess maybe it's not here. Maybe they have that somewhere else. Unless they've taken that completely. There used to be a remark regarding parking lights that it is set to accommodate large aircraft. So that when you fly with the A320, you would usually have 1 white, 3 red as your standard proper indication. While let's say a 767 or 777 would have 2 white, 2 red. So that's another thing you have to realize, is that when you fly these larger aircraft, potentially you should set yourself up for 3 white, 1 red, and then say the lowest you should go is 2 red, 2 white. Meaning potentially as you get like, 200 feet above the ground, 300 feet above the ground, if you get then to 1 white, 3 red in a 767, potentially you could already be getting very low in the approach. But I don't know, again, because I've not flown on the 29 with a big aircraft. I have not seen any operational remarks there on how they would do that, because there have been some more videos being published. I think it was an Air Canada. Was it a 787 from Air Canada or 777? Where they looked also very low over the turnpike there, and yeah. So just not much room for being low in the approach there. So the investigators definitely will have to look at and see what they called out. I mean, there's no cameras, so they won't be able to say the pilots definitely saw, 2 red, 2 white at this point, or 1 white, 3 red. I mean, they can simulate. They could go into a simulator, or even, I don't know. I mean, they could theoretically fly the approach in a small aircraft, maybe, I don't know, and see what the corresponding indications would have been. But I mean, from what I've flown in the simulator here, even though that's not really in any form relevant, I don't want to take a simulator, but I mean, when I purposely flew here the approach low, very low to the turnpike, there were 4 red party lights. So yeah, we'll see. But the important thing will be what was being spoken out in the flight deck, what call-outs were being made, if any. Were they aware that they're that low? Did they hit a downdraft? There's so many potential things that could have happened. A wind shear, you name it. Yeah, there's yeah, I agree, Winky. There's cameras everywhere these days. Nice. It depends. So the thrustmaster, yoke, or what you mean? I think it's a it's a good kind of yoke in the price segment that it's at. Although these days, I guess if you want to go with something more immersive, you're going to have to go with a force feedback yoke. But then, of course, it is going to be twice or 3 times as expensive. Could it be that calibration has changed? No, Paul. Usually they would be regularly checked. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's what I meant in the cockpit. Yeah, there's no cameras in the cockpit, so that's why the pilots will make their report, and then they will probably fly the approach themselves. So the NTSB, they will check the different indications, and then potentially try to cross the turnpike also at, I don't know, 30 feet, 20 feet or something above the lampposts, and then see what kind of indications they get on the parpies. Another thing is, I don't know how other operators use the rule. So for us, in our documentations and our rules and regulations, we had to, or it said that below 200 feet radial altimeter, so below 200 feet height, we weren't supposed to use the parpy lights anymore as a reference. And the reason is that in certain weather conditions with very humid air, moist air near the ground, potentially with like almost ground fog conditions, the light can be bent to give you, or the light rays can be bent so that you have a wrong color indication. So that's why below 200 feet oh, hey Toto. So you say that the FDR data will tell you that the thank you so much, Namazi, for the rate. Welcome. Hope you had a good stream. Yeah. So they'll find out. They'll do some testing, IRL simulator, whatever, to see what indications they potentially had. Yeah, they could also send a helicopter. Yeah, they could do that. Have them, hover at exactly the altitudes that we're reading out, and check. Yeah. No, so luckily that I thought from the video, I thought that the lorry actually tipped over, but it was the airbags deploying, and then the glass shattered. Potentially, I don't know if it was a light pole or something that hit the windshield or something. So the driver sustained minor injuries, cuts from the flying glass. Yeah, luckily, no fatalities. Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, so we definitely will get some detailed answers, and then again, it's not about punishing the pilots. It's about accepting the fact that mistakes happen, that it can happen to any pilot, and that there must be then mitigations on how to avoid that happening in the future, right? And if it means that certain aircraft types are just too big to land on runway 29 because the clearance between the fuselage, the landing gear, and the road below is just not enough, there's not enough margin there, then if you are just slightly low below the path, well, then it just means that you're going to have to limit the type of aircraft that are allowed to land there. Namazi, doing well. How you been? Sometimes deletes text automatically. That's weird. Unless you swear all the time, Fish Cop, which I doubt you do. But I mean, That should be the only words, you know, being deleted, right? They could lift the glide path angle, yes, Toto, as well. But I guess, and again, it's just a guess, because you only have like, you know, 200 meters, 600 feet between the beginning of the runway threshold to that the second road where the accident happened. I mean, 200 feet. How steep do you have to make the angle to then get like 10 feet more clearance, right? But yeah, I mean, sure, they could increase the glide path angle. Yeah, I agree, but Star Miner, yeah. So sarcasm on. Didn't they say their flight model was perfect? Sarcasm off. You know, confirmed by their real-world pilots. Just saying. All right, so yeah, right. Exactly my thought. But anyways, happy to hear that they're improving, right? So yeah, there we go. That's a good guess then. So 1 degree at 600 feet is 10 feet. Good guess from my side. Yeah, I had no idea, but yeah, 10 feet. Yeah, I mean, it helps. It helps, but I mean, 4 degree glide path angle for an airliner is already pretty steep. So for a 767, it would mean a lot less power settings. And then we have the problem again with spool up times of the engine. You know, yeah. Yeah, it might be on the limit, right? But anyways, I mean, you know, they've got their experts. They will come to the right conclusions. And then we'll see what happens. Oh, hang on, is it really 3.5 degrees? Yeah, yeah, probably, yeah, because it's already very close to the runway, right? So the path is defined at 3 degrees to the minimums, and then the where's my poppy taxi flights Newark taxi airport infos dip 29. Correct me if I'm wrong, but it says 3 degrees here. Do you have a different information, Toto? I mean, these charts could be wrong. Okay, so you know, they are for entertainment purposes, right? They're not intended for real-world simulation, so you've got to take these values with a grain of salt. Officially, Lido says 3 as well. Okay, interesting. Hey, more in 2012. No, I've not really tried the Lido charts for some time. I mean, you can use them here in the FlightSim, but I've gotten so used to the Jefferson now. Cat 1. Yeah, not for real world. Okay, you're looking at the X-ray approach. Okay, yeah, could be. Yeah, the X-ray is definitely at a higher, steeper angle. At least the last descent there. Good, so currently, information Charlie, what time is it? It's 1950. 10 miles, light rain, 210 at 8. they're using ILS-22, departing 22 right from intersection Whiskey. So yeah, we're definitely going to ask for the well, they have New York Center online. I mean, they don't have it doesn't look like they have ATIS Newark approach. No, they have JFK, it looks like, but not Newark. But I have New York Center, so we're going to get the clearance from them. So we'll see. We'll ask nicely. The leader charts here and any flight sim, I'll be careful, to be honest. I think they would always claim do not use for real world navigation or something. So yeah, I'd be careful. Yeah, it could be that the RNF is coded at 3.5, but the PAPI then is at 3 degrees, ja. Ja, Svenja, mach's gut. Ja, dann bis Freitag. Ja. Ich sag dir noch genau Bescheid, wo wir uns treffen, ja. Yeah, that's true, Toto. Yeah, you're right. So the PAPI lights, obviously, they are not. They're not here. The PAPI lights will normally be next to the touchdown zone. Which were, hang on. Let's have a quick look here at the Google Maps. Oops. Yeah, so they are past the crossing threshold to left. So they're in between the two runways. So yeah, the PAPI lights are here, just beyond that taxiway. You see, that's the PAPI light indications there. Yeah, and of course from here we can actually measure that until there. It's it's 1,500 meters. Yeah, 1,500 feet, about 550 meters. Yeah. 1,780 feet. Yeah, and then of course you would have a bit higher. So yeah, 4 degree, then what you say 15 degrees above what it is now. Yeah. Well, here's the thing, right? And that's what I was referring to at the beginning. So there's a published procedure, okay? So there's a clear defined lateral path until Axel, right? Which you will have to fly accordingly in LNAV with the given limitations, usually 0.3 nautical miles. And that path ends at Axel. And from there, it's a visual path. You have to look out. You've got to orientate yourself visually. Now, there's a waypoint there, no way, which is on the center line, but you will normally, hey Yannick, you will fly up, not exactly over that, it's not an overfly, and then, you know, you're going to have to go visual, you've got to look outside. No, it's visual, yes it is. Now the other thing is the vertical path. Now you see that it gives you step downs. Now of course, if you have a VNAV system that allows you to do a continuous approach, or a continuous descent, you will use that, right? The same is, you can use some means to get from a FISC to Axel, because it's a clear 3 degree profile. But anything beyond Axel is now dependent on how you as the operator use your navigation systems to help you with your vertical path. So let's say you have a Boeing 737-777 767, and it shows you a calculated vertical path deviation, right? It helps you to kind of estimate your vertical path. However, you've got to realize that is being calculated by internal computers, meaning they need reference like the airport altimeter setting, so air pressure. Then you would have to be flying exactly on the path that is depicting. If you shortcut, then the vertical path obviously will be wrong as well. So there's certain aspects in those navigation or navigational indications and how you're allowed to use them. So airlines, as an example, quite often will not allow you to fly with autopilot on in VNAV mode past the endpoint where then the visual signal starts. So there's clear rules, and so from this point onwards you should be able to see the PAPI lights anyways, because this is going to be your minimum descent altitude at some point. So at somewhere on that final descent you're going to have to be visual with the runway and the PAPI lights to be able to continue to monitor your vertical path visually, right, with the PAPIs. And any other means you use is on your own responsibility, and then there's more limitations when it comes to automation. So usually airliners will tell the pilots that beyond a fix where you have a visual depicted path and not a programmed vertical path to the runway, you're going to have to fly that manually, autopilot off. Right. Sometimes the airline may calculate and program their own vertical path, so lateral and vertical path, to the runway, where it has like a company overlay. So Cleveland Center advised descend maintain 330, no separation. Okay, there we go. All right, so descend 330. Idle be enough speed 330. And then they will get that approved with the state and with the airport. And once that's the case, you will have what's called a company FMS overlay, CFO procedure, which usually you don't find them. I think there's only some very rare cases where you see some of those, but you won't see them published openly, anywhere in these programs here. But it's possible. And then the airline can say, on this approach, if you use the CFO programmed approach, which would be then published in the FMS as well, only then when you select it and activate the approach, the CFO approach, in your FMS, MCDU, you can use the vertical guidance as well, and even use the autopilot in that case. But again, these things are completely defined by the operator, i.e. an airline, with standard rules of operation. And then pilots will know what they are allowed to do and what they're not allowed to do. But in the end, here today, it's a visual approach. Yes, we'll have some raw guidance vertically, but we are aware the main focus will be outside on the PAPI lights. Yeah, Toto. I mean, it's, as you know, it's a 3-shaft engine, so who knows where they read the EPRs from, which section. New York Center, 2530. 25, 325. And then I don't see. Oh, it was ATIS. Hold ATIS. Newark. There it is. Information Delta. New York Center. Good afternoon from American 628 heavy, passing 3. Actually reaching 330 now.
American 628, New York Center, roger, welcome.
There you go.
United 1499, turn right, heading 100.
It's a bit loud, isn't it?
Alright, 100, 1499. Air Pilot Cactus, 1748, set of pilot. There for 250. Cactus 1748, New York Center, roger, welcome.
Let me know if my voice is not loud enough compared to ATC. Then I'll adjust that. Hey, Polaka.
United 1499, reduce speed to 210.
Yeah, true.
We're 210 now, United 1499.
There's some Europe.
K1s are ripping that day.
There's also European.
32 straight up.
European airports.
United 1499, roger, you can maintain
Also,
200 knots.
where
Okay,
you have that
1499.
note. Yeah. Right, let's quickly check the procedure here. So we'll take the Williamsport 3 arrival. So Williamsport, so Sierra, we're already towards Williamsport now. Then it's Megs, Haid, Reki. Now expect Reki to cross 13,000. Now, I'm going to put that in, but it's a bit like... Right, expect. And then it says Pens and Suite expect to cross 7,000.
Delta 7892, New York Center.
Good. Then I'm going to put fix Newark. Actually, let me do that again.
American 628, New York Center, cross Haid at and maintain flight level 190.
We'll cross and maintain flight level 190 at Haid, American 628 Heavy. Good. So here we go. Haid. Oh, what did it say? Which level? I'm so confused. I looked at Reki at 30,000. What's Haid? Because for some reason I thought like it doesn't make sense 170 because
Cactus
it will
1748,
be
cross
one.
Harrisburg at and maintain flight level 190.
There you go. All right. So
Cross
let's
Harrisburg
put
at
that in.
maintain flight level
190.
190, Cactus 1748.
Thank you.
United 1499, just to maintain 4,000.
So we've got 19,000. Well, 190 VNAV path.
1499.
Top descent coming in.
Delta 22, welcome to Philly, Texas 9 Juliet to the gate.
Yeah, thanks guys. 190.
It was squirrely, some crosswinds and some gusts. Thank you. Juliet to the gate, Delta 22. Thanks for your help.
Squirrely.
Delta 22, do you have any numbers on those gains and losses there for the arrival coming in after you?
No, not really. I wasn't paying that much attention. I was trying to keep the runway touchdown spot in sight, Delta 20.
Okay, Reg.
Right, hold VNAV path. Down we go.
I'll try better next time.
Oh, you're all good. Have a great one.
Right, 190 Haid. Okay, down we go, and checking the weather again. So we had ATIS information Delta. Where it says 2975.
There, Center Delta 7892.
75. Temperature
Delta 7892, New York.
is 18. Not bad, 18.
I didn't give you a taxi clearance today.
And we've got oh, it's bit,
No,
it's
negative
220 13 gust 26.
Delta 7892, did you receive the PDC I sent you?
And we'll have light rain, so it's going to be wet. Oh,
Received
hang on.
Newark Center.
Disregard, I'm on takeoff performance. Hold on.
Yep, that's me. Can you squawk that
Landing.
code, please?
Right. Focusing.
I didn't get a squawk code in here.
Already too much on the approach here.
You did get a squawk code in the
So
PEC
29,
for Delta
good.
7892. Should be with in the 8 cars tab. Did you not get that?
And then we've got 220 at 13.
I got it. 2637.
So I was already trying to formulate my request with ATC.
Yep, that's right.
29. No, I'm gonna have to request that in a minute.
94743, vacate that code. Incubate the.
29.
United 1499, turn running 160, set to maintain 3000.
Good landing weight.
Alright, 160, 3000,
So
1499.
let's have a look. 190. What's
Access 1748.
179.5.
Okay, Act 1748, roger.
No additionals. Well, actually, let's add 5 more knots. Then, right, let's do no credit on the reverse. We'll do flap 30, short runway, obviously. Anti-ice off brakes. Probably we need 4. Let's have a look here. So landing distance required is 2,200 meters there.
United 1499, turn running 190, intercept the localizer.
Let's see, how much do we
Alright,
have?
190, intercept the localizer, United 1499.
Let's check.
United 1499, you're 7 miles from Gibney, maintain 3000 until established on the localizer, clear ILS 22 left approach.
That's right.
Maintain 3000 until established, clear ILS 22 left approach, United 1499.
So we have landing distance available. Yeah, 19. No, we need much more than. Oh my god.
Delta 7892 requesting taxi to runway 22 right for departure to
89.
the
So
south.
auto brake max.
Boston.
Well, I've tried some landings there with the 777,
Delta 7992,
200.
continue taxi by Bravo and Echo cross 31 right.
and 3 was. We'll take 4.
Bravo Echo cross 31 right, Delta 7892.
It's enough. Another funny thing, what will happen? The RAS will call out runway too short as we approach the runway, just as a warning.
New York Center, Continental 820,
But
330.
people were saying they do land the 777s
Continental 820 New York Center.
on the runway
Good
29
afternoon, cross Hayde at and maintain level 190.
in Newark.
Cross Hayde at maintain level 190, Continental 80.
Disable RAS.
United 1499, the Newark winds 220 at 13, gust 26, runway 22 left, clear to land. 22 left, clear to land, United 1499.
Now we're aware of it, okay.
November
Good.
350, pop echo, welcome to Philly. You can taxi straight ahead to
Let's
the
do
GA
the rest of the items. Oh yeah, we did want to try the secondary. So route 2. That's right, we'll do it this way. We'll plan for the ILS 22 left.
Spirit Wings 33, Cleveland Center's closed, frequency change approved, good day.
Right, so that's the
Unicom Spirit Wings 33, thank you very
route 2. Let's do route 2 legs, just check quickly. Let's do that. Let's do that.
Jumbo 363, if you're still with me, frequency change approved, good day.
There we go. So now that's sequenced in the secondary. Route 2 legs. There's a button to inhibit. Hang on.
Connect to 1748, cross Lancaster at and maintain 1 to 3000, the Philly altimeter 2977.
You mean this here? Ground proximity runway override? This one here? So let's see. And your American 628 request?
Go ahead.
Would appreciate the Arnock Whiskey, runway 29, please.
American 628, are you sure? The winds are 220, 13 gets 26 right down the runway.
Yeah, that's for training, because it's such a beautiful approach, American 628.
American 628, roger, you can expect that if you want.
Thank you much. He's like, yeah, right.
Yeah, right.
Exactly. I love it. So why exactly when it matters? Well, well, I mean, he's right. I mean,
American 628, cross Iraqi and maintain 13,000, the Allentown altimeter 2974.
cross and maintain Iraqi 13,000, altimeter 2974, United, correction, American 628 heavy. So, 13.
American 1849, the Washington Center's closed.
And
for
so
Virginia
let's
for today.
go already.
Good day.
2974. We can check the ATIS for that. Yeah, 75. The ATIS 74 currently. So 13,000 VNAV path.
Delta 7892, Kennedy winds 200 at 18 guest 26, runway
Good
22 right, quick for takeoff.
Yeah, so the reason he's offering that is obviously you would choose a runway that has the highest chances of landing, right? So in real life, 29 is being used for traffic. So you have departing traffic, which can be, or let's say it this way, the distance between the two runways just doesn't allow a parallel approach and parallel departure, right? So if there's landing traffic on 2 to left, you have to coordinate that with departing traffic, 2 to right. So it's easier to have traffic departing 2 to right out of Whiskey and have landing 29. It just means you have more departures and arrivals IRL. So yeah, sure, you could request, let's say, for example, the wind is so that you say, too gusty, I'd rather have 2 to left for landing. IRL, you could request that, right? And I think that's something the investigators will try to figure out, to see, yeah, did they talk about this? Did they think about it? Or did they just completely ignore that option? Right. Maybe they even requested it and the controller said no. You never know. Again, that's up to the investigators. Good. For the briefing. Now, again, this is just to show you guys how the Whiskey approach has flown. And visibility is all right, 6 miles, few 1800. So the minimums are at
Delta 7892, near departure radar contact
880.
down. Delta 7892, passing 2500.
Let's get the signs on.
Delta 7892, turn left heading 090, climb maintain 1000.
Road heading 010, I'm heading 11000, Delta 7892.
Delta 7892 negative, turn left heading 090.
Sorry, say again for Delta 7892. Head comms issue.
Delta 7892, turn left heading
It's moving left
090.
out. So we have minimums bar 880, and
090,
from that point
1000,
onwards, it's going to be
Delta 7892.
visual.
Character 1748, cross bunts at
According to the
18,000.
path here,
Cross bunts at 18,000.
wind from the south should help us not to overshoot.
Character 1748, roger, expect ILS 27 right approach.
And yeah, Papi to red to white.
628, cross suite at and maintain 7,000.
Cross suite at and maintain 7,000. American 620 heavy. So we got speed VNAV path
United 1499 is clear, 22 left. We're parking Alpha
7,000.
today. United 1499, roger, taxi gave you Echo and Bravo, cross runway 22 regular. And center Blue Street 16, 27,000.
So if we get 1 white, 3 red, we have to quickly correct that to get back to 2 white, 2 red.
Yeah, 14.
And 4 red, so below 500 feet height,
Blizzard 8816 New York
4 red is instant go around.
Philly altimeter
The same
is
for any
277.
unstable condition will go around, and then we'll take the 2 to left approach. Lesson learned in that case.
Delta 7892, clear direct Merritt, climb and maintain 1.
And so again, it's going to be a very challenging approach. Windy approach, as you can see here.
Climb 17000, Delta 7892.
Bumpy approach for sure. For the the technique to land with that crosswind is that we have to be careful with the aileron input. So we should have wings level on touchdown. However, it's going to take a little bit of left aileron input, maybe a bit more here on X-plane, we'll see. And then the rudder opposite to stay on the center line. And then the important thing is, even after touchdown, we have to keep that aileron input in. We have to avoid the wind picking up the wing and get the aircraft unstable, even after touchdown.
New York Center, Roger, climb and maintain level 330.
So in case of misapproach, toga buttons, go around flaps 20. Look at the modes, make sure everything's correctly in toga. Positive rate, gear up. And the missed approach takes us to
1 nautical mile west
2000 on the extended visual approach track, runway 29, and then climb to 3000 direct Muffy. So all in all, 3000 feet is the missed approach altitude.
Thank you.
Yeah, Bruno, we'll see.
Continental 820 cross Racky and maintain 3000 Allentown altimeter 2974. Racky and maintain 3000.
We should keep ailerons at touchdown small planes. Ah, yeah. Well, no, not really. Not an A320.
7892,
No.
contact Boston Center 134.7.
So the Airbus 320, not really. No.
134.7, Delta 7892.
I don't know how it would be done on the A340 and A380. Drag required. Really? Yeah, because of speed, right? Speed is gonna be... that should be alright. Right, let me also get the charts for runway 2 to left out already, because that's gonna get busy. 737, yes. Yeah. Ooh, bumpy. Why? Ay. Not pretty, rain, but there's nothing on the weather radar. I did see a little blop earlier on with some rain, but apart from that, nothing major. Cool. Yeah, so special threats. Threats definitely is going to be getting low on path. Not much clearance height over the turnpike there, as we know, and yeah. So main focus is on the correct path, and then 4 red is go around. Yeah, the flapper on is doing lots of work right now.
New York Hello Lufthansa 402 through 520 for 7000 at crank.
Lufthansa 402, heavy Newark approach to Newark altimeter 2975.
Let's get the descent checklist. Recall.
2975 ILS 22 left.
Checked, notes checked, auto brake 4, landing data, VREF 128, minimums baro 880 feet. Approach briefing complete.
And maintains level 190.
Descent checklist complete. Let's read the approach checklist. Altimeter 2974. 2974. Set check 3 times. And that's the approach checklist complete as well.
Tango Foxtrot Air 1039
it is bumpy.
New York. Lufthansa 9001, heavy New York approach, Kennedy altimeter 2977. Expect ILS 22 left approach. Tango Foxtrot. Thank you. KEWR 1035, right? KEWR 1035, cross mark at level 190. Sierra 1035, New York Center.
That wing wobble is, that engine wobble is a bit too much. I would be worried.
628, turn left heading 080, descend and maintain 5,000, vectors for approach.
Left heading 080, descend and maintain 5,000, vectors for the approach. American 620. Good,
Contact
so
delay 20 cross.
heading
Maintain
select,
7,000.
vertical
Maintain
speed,
7,000, kind of 20.
5,000 feet.
17, second and 11,000 climbing 17.
Sector 3000.
American 1017, New York Center, climb change level 370.
Let's go 220 knots already because we have 30 knots tailwind here.
Cactus 1748, center maintain 6,000.
Depends on the routing,
6,000,
Avimar.
Cactus 1748.
I guess both aircraft, you know, have their challenges. But obviously, the 300ER is just massive. It's a massive aircraft.
Continental 820, expect ILS 22 left approach. ILS 22 left, Continental 820. New York Center, or 1035, sorry. Yeah, TR 1035, New York cross mark, add and maintain flight level 190.
It's interesting, right?
Cross, what was the, could you give me the,
it shows, yeah, some
again?
block, but
It's cross mark.
definitely work to
and
be done
maintain
from
flight
Laminar.
level 190. Cross Mart and maintain 190 for TR 1035.
What's the flight time? Supposed to be much longer.
Lufthansa 9001 Heavy, descend and maintain 9 down.
No, an hour 28. What was going on? About 2 hours. Yeah, we have 1,000 feet to go. Plus 15 TAT.
Jet speed 110, New York Center, climb maintain level 390.
Oh yeah, also we don't have much flare time, okay? So I'd rather have a positive touchdown than a greaser. So anything like, you know, 21, 22,
Cactus 1748.
so 23 is touchdown or go around as well.
Cactus 1748.
I have a feeling it's going to be a go around anyways. With this wind. Let's say I'm not too confident with a short runway, so we've got to nail the touchdown zone.
Good afternoon, New York Center.
So we have to nail the approach, nail the crosswind.
Altair 326, New York Center, good afternoon.
So
maintain
more
level 390.
go around minded than anything else.
Maintaining 350, Altair 326.
But robust, yeah. I mean, the good thing is, so the flat factor,
American 628, heavy, turn 10 degrees right.
10 degrees right, so in American 620. We say United all the time. American 628. There we go. So get next to Patron. Patron should be at well, anything above 3,000 is fine. Let me get the chart in here. Let's go with no. Hang on, external. Hold on. Where's my terminal chart? There you go. So let's do Newark.
New York approach hello 423, 9,500 for 6,000.
Approach. So I'm gonna have the ILS 22 left. This one, and I wanna have
What was the call sign?
the whiskey.
Hello 423. About the 423 New York approach the New Haven altimeter 2978. You can expect the RNAV runway 20 approach. 2978, we'll expect it Zulu 20 available 423.
Here we go. Alrighty. Now I can work with that. Cool. Good. 2,000. Have some ground contact. Oh yeah. Not too bad. Yep.
Cactus 1748, center maintain 2,000. 2,000 Cactus
Um,
1748.
Yes, I'm called out.
Cactus 1748.
So
correct.
any day,
Maintain 2,100.
my instructor could call for a flight.
2,100 Cactus 1748.
So we're good to go.
Alt 326, descend and maintain flight. Actually, Alt 326, disregard, maintain level 350.
Maintaining 350.
That's great. Hey Lilo.
Lufthansa 402, heavy turn left heading 180, descend and maintain 6,000.
180 down to 6,000, Lufthansa 402.
American 628, heavy descend and maintain 4,000.
Just say maintain 4,000, American 628.
Lufthansa 9001, heavy descend and maintain 5,000.
Alright, I'm going to put some flaps out. Flaps on.
Continental 820, turn left heading 070, descend and maintain 6,000.
270 ground speed still. We're very fast.
Continental 820.
So Nate, I'm not sure, are you in Nate? Because he was talking about energy management on the approach.
T-Air 1035.
So definitely also a factor regarding
altimeter 2974.
wind situation and the descent path.
Cross Biley and maintain
So I'd rather be like on flaps 15.
13,000, and can I get the altimeter one more time? 2974.
For the intermediate approach.
And the altimeter is 2974, T-Air 1035. Cactus 1748, turn right, heading 180.
So flat 5, it's
180,
235.
American 628, reduce speed to 180.
Reduce 180, American 628. So now I've got to reduce some speed brakes here.
American 628, heavy turn right, heading up 130.
Right, heading 130, American 628. Right, here comes flaps 5.
Continental 820, reduce speed to 210. 210, Continental 820. Altair 326, contact Boston Center 134.7.
134.74, Altair 326, Medicaid, bye-bye.
Good day.
Speed brakes in.
Cactus 1748, turn right, 240.
Oh, good vectors, look at that. Fantastic radar vectors to Patron.
Cactus 1748, turn 10 miles from Jalto, maintain 2,100 until established and localized, include ILS 27 right approach. 2,100 to establish, include ILS 27 right, Cactus 1748. American 648, heavy, clear direct to Zico.
American 628, confirm that direct to Ezeco.
American 620, heavy, clear direct to Zico.
Yeah, Ezeco direct, American 628. Alright, LNAF. Yeah, great vectors. 100%, 180 knots. Still at 4,000 feet. Ooh. Sliding around the corner there with the wind.
American 1017, contact Washington Center 133.72. 133.72, American 1017.
This will be a challenge. This will be a challenge, no doubt. Flaps 5.
American 1028, heavy, you're 6 miles from Zico, cross Zico at 3,000, cleared on Whiskey, runway 29 approach.
Cross Ezeco at 3,000, Ezeco then clear the approach, runway 29, RP Whiskey, American 620.
Lufthansa 402, heavy, turn left,
So
heading
we've got 3,000.
maintain 5,000. 150 down to 5, Lufthansa 402, heavy.
Gonna go flaps 15 here.
Cactus 1748, Philly, winds 230 at 14, gust 20, runway
Again, so I'm
27 right,
already
clear to
taking out the energy.
27 right, Cactus 1748. Blue Streak 8816, cross Cameron at and maintain 11,250.
And how I will do it, I will dial in. Hey Kalimato,
Roger, Cameron at 11,000.
I will dial down to 880 feet. I will use VNAV from Ezeco onwards. However, then again, just prior to Axel, I'll take out the autopilot and fly visually, hopefully. If we don't see
Continental 820, turn right, heading 100.
the runway by Axel, we got to go around anyways. But it looks like, okay, here's the stadium. So I don't have any
Continental 820, say your all.
any doubts. We are going to see the runway.
Saying
Unless it's like a really heavy rain shower, then potentially not.
820, I think I gave you 5.
So here's alt. I'm going to dial down to 880.
Sorry about that.
VNAV, open the speed window again.
No worries.
Oops, very important. Here we've got VNAV path.
Lufthansa 9001, set to maintain 4,000. T-Flight 1035, cross Beauty at and maintain 1010,000.
It's a great day here. Downtown Manhattan. There's the stadium.
T-Flight 1035, cross Beauty at 1010,000. TR 1035, I'm sorry. TR 1035, cross Beauty at 1010,000.
Yeah, but apparently
Cross Beauty at 10,000 for
777-200s do land runway 29 in real life here.
Lufthansa 402, heavy turn 10 degrees right.
I'm already going to put 288 for the missed approach.
right down to 4,000 for the trip.
That will help me later on. Right, here we go. VNAV path. Down we go.
Lufthansa 9001, heavy turn right heading 310.
Information Delta forward to
Lufthansa 9001, heavy turn right heading 310.
Right of the stadium. Amazing. 30 knots wind. Hey, 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 hey. Still a beautiful view of downtown New York. Look at that. .40 FPS, not bad. That seems slow, yeah, with that wind. So,
And Gentleman American 32, did you request clearance?
Request for clearance to George Bush.
Yeah,
Just got the PC, sir.
hey, hey, hey.
Blocked.
On the speed brakes here. Let's go over
Double
that.
1632, right, contact request standby.
He is coming down. Flaps 20.
Yeah, speed 1 is for Sportback. Lufthansa 402, turn running 190, intercept the localizer, descend and maintain 3,000.
190, descend 3,000 inside the localizer, Lufthansa 402.
Lufthansa 402, have you reduced your speed to
Flaps
180?
25. Intermediate.
180, Lufthansa 402.
And let's go flaps
Gentleman
30.
162, I got your clearance badge ready, copy.
So, we're going to
Gentleman
have
1632, clear to Boston, low
about,
via Z, long out, 7
I would
departure,
say
radar vector
5 knots
Paris,
headwind
status file,
component with that
maintain
crosswind, but
3,000,
full
expect
gusts.
flight 210, 10 minutes after departure.
So
wind
very
speed
likely we're going to take like,
6745.
I'm going to go with 15 knots initially. That's the maximum for the additionals, so it's going to be 142.
1632, readback's correct, expect 24 for departure.
So let's have a look. Let's look for the runway.
Tata
Axel.
402, 5 knots from Gimme, maintain 3,000 until established, cleared ILS 22 left approach.
3,000 till established, cleared ILS 22 left.
So there's the airport.
American 628 heavy, Newark winds 220, 13 gets 26, runway 29, clear to land.
Runway 29 cleared land. American 628. Good.
Continental 820 turn, right heading 130,
Manual
set to maintain
thrust.
4,000.
Right, 130 down to 4,000, kind of. 109, short of last 5.
Now I can see the runway.
On upon 109 heavy, New York departure runway 22 right, taxi via Alpha, Delta, Charlie, Echo, cross runway 31 right on Delta.
Not the best of weather, to be honest. Here comes manual flight. Gonna take the flight director off. Bird is already on.
Alpha, Delta, Charlie, Echo, and cross 31 right of Delta, only point 109.
Lufthansa 9001 heavy, descend and maintain 2,000.
Yep, runway's in sight.
American 310, descend and maintain
Fast.
level 270.
1,000 is checked, slightly high. Let's correct that. High in the approach, correcting. Look at that bridges. Those bridges are so beautiful here.
American 2753, New York, center runway 27 left, taxi via Juliet, November, Sierra, Sierra 1, hold short, runway 27 right.
On path, 2 red, 2 white. Now let's try to keep that now. Ay, 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 ay.
Continental 820 turn right, heading 160, descend and maintain 3,000.
Winds from the left.
160 down 3,000, kind of like
500.
Lufthansa 9001 heavy, turn left heading 250, intercept the localizer.
400.
American 310, contact Boston Center 134.7.
300.
4.7, thanks for help. American 310.
Approaching minimums.
Blue Streak 8816, depart Cameron heading 040.
So slightly high, correcting. Not too much.
Blue Streak 8816,
Continue.
instructions, fly heading 040, just going to maintain 4,000.
100. 50. 40.
That's for
30.
Villa.
20.
That's for Blue Streak 8816.
Right, we got speed brakes up. Reverser normal. Yeah, good deceleration.
Jack 1748, text me Juliet
Leave that
Yankee
on.
Day.
Well, not bad.
Skynet delay 20, turn ready 190, intercept the localizer. 190,
Minor brakes, auto brake off. Mic 2. I'll take that.
Top to 402, heavy runway 22 left, clear to land.
Whew,
Clear to land to the left.
I'm shaking. That was intense. Blimey. I'm not gonna lie.
American 2783, cross 27 right on November.
Now let's not go off the runway here on taxiways. Ay, ay, ay. Let's get off here. Alright, let's stop initially.
Rebel 423, can expect the approach from Sorry. We'll expect the
Now that's how pros do it.
Thank you.
Sorry.
I expected a bit more from the wind, to be honest.
Hello. American 1017, smooth flight level 37 out. Level 423, flying 310, vectors for approach, center maintain 4,000. 310, 4,000, Condor 823 miles from Gimme, maintain 3,000 till established Squid Island.
Truckers fine, good job. Yeah, but look at the replay.
3,000 till established Squid Island, 22 left.
And because I'm interested to see as well
Condor 9001, you're 4 miles from Zalpo, maintain 2,000 until established Squid Island, 22 left.
how
approach.
much height we had over the runway there, oh, of the turnpike.
For Villa 423, is it okay if we get vectors until Gulf for the approach of Villa 423? Well, 423, sure, you can expect that. Roger, thanks. Villa 423.
And American 628 successfully landed, requesting taxi.
American 628, you can taxi, you go to the terminal, you going to the Alpha gates?
Yes, please.
American 628, heavy roger, you can taxi to the gates via Whiskey 2, Yankee, Sierra, Alpha.
Okay, so by Whiskey 2, Yankee, Sierra, and Alpha to Terminal A. Thank you so much.
American 2783, 27 left, clear for takeoff.
Right, there we go. So Whiskey, going to take a sharp left turn here to get onto Whiskey.
Blue Streak 8816, New York, are you with me? American 1017, we're with you, fly hold 37 out.
30 minutes.
American 1017, New York, Red. Bella 423, to maintain 3,000.
Fish cup. Sometimes I'm lucky. Sometimes I'm lucky with the line mix as well. So there you go. Whiskey 2. Oh, darn. This route, I'm going the wrong way.
Top 402, you're going around flying team 3,000.
My bad. Whiskey 2 is to the right. Ah.
360 to 3,000, yeah, sorry, we tried to cut in, but we got stepped on a couple times, so that's it. Pass 9001, that's heavy, you're 922 left, clear to land.
And then Yankee.
United 1053, what?
Okay, from United 1053 out of 6.8.
It's a big aircraft.
973, turn left, 180.
And I have no co-pilot.
6,000 vectors, 22
My co-pilot would have said, hey, Captain, we've got to go straight and then left. Right, there we go. So now we're on Yankee.
United 1053, turn left,
Then it's going to be
18
Sierra.
so maintain 6,000 vectors for 22 left.
No, let me check regarding replay. Just make sure that we have the 30 minutes. Simulation.
Blue Streak 8816, New York approach. With you, 8816. Blue Streak 8816.
Yeah, 30 minutes.
060 to center maintain 4,000.
So we're good on that. Right, rest, let's get the TCAS off. So then, Yankee all the way to Sierra.
November 610 Delta Sierra New
Oh,
York
the Lufthansa
approach,
went, what, on
New Haven
29?
altimeter
Really?
2978, expect the RNAV 20 approach. Expect the RNAV 20, we can take it at Hartford.
Oh, look at that reflection there. Beautiful.
610 Delta, roger, clear direct Hartford.
There's a traffic coming
Near
here.
approach, air TR 1035, can we get it lower? TR 1035, expect lower in 4 miles. We'll expect lower in 4 miles, TR 1035.
So the Alphas
423, turn riding 020.
are all the way down there. All right. Two to left, went around. Interesting. Now, I don't know, is it me? Have they changed the crosswind settings? Or maybe
On 109, heavy Kennedy wind.
maybe the FlightFactor guys have done something with the flight model here?
United 1053, reduce speed to 210.
So here should be Sierra. Next one will be Romeo. So we'll take this one to the right. Be careful here.
Good afternoon, UBS 2502, fly level 350.
So good.
UBS 2502, New York Center, welcome. Ready 2783, New York departure, radar contact, altitude. 4,100, Ready 2783, clear direct ditch, climb 10-1-2000.
Yeah, no way, right? I know, right? I wonder why they called it that. No way.
Bella 423, turn 20 degrees left.
So now straight until the end, until we get to Terminal A. Let's go to 30 knots ground speed here.
I have no reported bases. You're the first guy coming in that I've been patrolling. Continental A320, vacate, parking Bravo.
X-Pilot sounds so different to V-Pilot, really?
TR 1035, so maintain 8,000. Down to 8,000 for TR 1035.
I'm just wondering, maybe it's the American controllers here that sound a bit different. So yeah, this scenery from the Rivitsky Designs
yeah, 1053, so maintain 5,000.
has been published in February, so it's a fairly new scenery.
We'll stop at 402, turn running 050. Right 050, Fozo heavy. Jet speed 110, descend. Let's see here. Jet speed 110, descended, maintain.
The voices sound different to me,
turn right, heading 030, vectors for
yeah, it could be, maybe.
Right 030, down that.
Oh, hang on. B? Where on earth?
Jet speed 110, make that turn, a right turn heading 060. Alright, 060, jet speed at 110.
These are all B terminals, right?
Which airport?
Romeo Charm.
Denver 5111, 22 right, taxi by Bravo, Echo.
It's not finished yet.
Down to 40.
Oh, hang on, no, that's Alpha there. Disregard. Just finished. I was just going to say, they're still building it. No, it's all right. We're good. I'm good. I think the last time we were here, that terminal wasn't finished on Microsoft or something. AP is running. So let's hope that's not been 30 minutes yet. Has anybody taken a time? No, it should be good. So we'll take this one here, right at the beginning there. This one.
Down to 402, heavy turn right, heading of 1.
So I'm going to disconnect already from VATSIM. Great service, I have to say. Fantastic. Yeah, that should be heavy gates there. Yeah, I know I'm shortcutting, but I have to. Thomas, thank you so much. Let's take off. Probably isn't for... Doesn't matter. We'll take it even if it's not necessarily for big jets. Ah, we're right. Should be okay. Almost. I should have taken the other side. Yeah, the other side would have been good. Good, replay time. This will be interesting. So, flight. Replay. Let's go back. Oh yeah. That was gorgeous. Statue of Liberty there. Brilliant. Oh, cool. Oh, that's a different tower. I was very pleased with the coming around the corner and then seeing the two red, two white. So from the flight deck, that was right spot on. I don't know how I do it. Where's my tower view? Hang on. Oh, that's a nice view as well. Look at that. From the harbour area. Some warehouses. That's good. Right, let's see. How can I get to... Oh, there we go. Now, this is interesting. Hang on. Let's go... Is it 2? Oh, yeah. It's just so interesting. So here... we were right on... We even had 3 white, 1 red. At this, I think it was here at this point. So I mean, that's just slow motion. And yes, these lights are much higher than they are in real life. So IRL, they would be lower down. So it does give you a bit more clearance there. So at this point, yeah, look, we had at this point we had 1 red, 3 white. But, I mean, I'm trying to grasp. Now, again, no guarantee that this is actually exactly how it would look like in real life. I mean, this is a simulator, right? You got to take it for what it is. It's a simulator. It probably isn't true to life. So, but I mean, just from the viewpoint, if you're landing here with a big jet. I know it's not a 767, so we're landing at a bigger jet, but still, I mean, this is just shows you the challenge. And then they had gusty winds up to 32 knots as well. Oops. So, yeah, and you can see how close the runway threshold is to that turnpike. Yeah, no, IRL, that's what people have been telling me as well. IRL, they do have 777s, 200s landing here, yeah. But we've seen from the landing distance calculations, we're really pushing it. I mean, we had like, with auto brake 4, it would have been more than 2,000 meters on a wet runway. So, you know, I'd hate to plan or having to use auto brake max right from the get-go with an aircraft. So, so let's see how that looks from the tower. Not a greaser, but we did say we're not looking for greaser. But that was a nice controlled landing, wet runway, just past the touchdown zone markers here. See where we touch down? There. Look at that. I mean, I'll take that. That is a nicely controlled landing without wasting too much distance. Where's my runway view? There it is. Wow. Always from behind, it looks terrible every time. Like, but I mean, let's take a window view, shall we? Yeah, let's go. Oh yeah, let's go right back and let's have a look at the window view here. Hold on. Let's go. Let's go this side. Oh yeah. Pilot Yannis says actually one of my landing things were flight. There's a lot of obstacles. Short final. What? Take what into consideration? Hold on. Hey, Izzy, wie geht's dir? Yeah, well, I'm pretty pleased with the landing here in Newark. Did the RNF Whiskey 29. Yeah, the pylon is a bit too much movement, I agree. I totally agree. Looks alright from the window view. I would say looks alright. Man, looks so good. Love it. Huge harbour area. I talk about Oxford Shore finally. Yeah. Spoilers, crazy. Take one more view from the tower for the rollout. Must be a great view from the tower here. Good weather. You see the Manhattan background there. Beautiful. Positive connection with the ground, but that's exactly what you want on the wet runway and the short runway. So what definitely helps if you calculate the distance without reverse, and then you actually use full reverse, it really helps you with the deceleration there. I know it's auto brake setting. I know it's a meters per square deceleration rate, but still very comfortable. And it looks nice with the reflections. Love it. Cool. Oops. Nice. To be honest, I'm actually really tired. I got up fairly early this morning. Did some sports as well this afternoon. Yeah, if anything, what I would like to do is can we hop into the Cessna? And what I would like to do is shall we fly around? Let's see. We've got what's the other airport called here? Teterboro, right? Teterboro. Shall we do scattered and then put that? Yeah, that's fine. Let's do that. Just tell me fly. What I want to try out, guys, is, even though I've not really practiced emergency procedures in a Cessna just yet, I mean, I have looked through them, but I've not really studied them that hard. But I want to check out some things on the FSLabs Cessna, because it does simulate things like electrical failures as well. Where's my there? Yeah, there should have been more spray with the reverser. I agree. Yeah, I fully agree. Oh, what's happening? Oh, it's this you point again. Let me switch off. So I've got to do the follow. So for some reason, at the moment, I've got to disable X camera to use some Toby eye tracker, which is kind of weird. Let's do. Hold on, that was here, wasn't it? Yeah. There we go. So let's quickly do that. Which one is it? Is it this one? This one. So that's mixture. And then we've got throttle here, right? Yeah, that's the throttle. Cool. So let's look at New York, shall we? Let's do a little bit of sightseeing around New York. A2A has a Cessna 172. Really? Yeah, so what I'm hoping for is they do a bit of a mixture so that they allow you to change some of these displays. So make some EFIS displays instead of the analog ones. But apart from that, it's not really that important. I mean, so let me have a quick look here. That's fine. So really, how come I can't open the door? Oh, hang on. Oh, hang on. I have to reload. I think I may have to reload the whole sim for that. I had that last time. Rebondiers, thank you so much for watching. Take care. So interestingly enough, yeah, I mean, you would think, you know, Cessna 172, it's not a complicated aircraft, is it? I mean, there shouldn't be much to learn, etc., but quite the contrary. I mean, if you really take into account what you have to do with the aircraft itself, you know, outside check, even taking it in and out of the hangars, you know, refuel the aircraft, check for oil, etc., etc. Refill oil, even, right? Yeah, and then the emergency procedures. Yeah, it is even the sim. Yeah, it is. Yeah, Colimato, I have to deactivate the X camera to use Tobii eye tracker. So at the moment, whatever it is, I know X-Plane has native Tobii eye support now, but it clashes with X camera at the moment, at least for me. Yeah, so key takeaways for the approach there into Newark on the RNF Whiskey. So you have got the plan well ahead, have a clear picture and a plan on how to fly it, and then, you know, threat management and threat mitigation has to be on point. There's just so little room for error. Right. Reading, finishing asynchronous loading. Okay. Yeah, I mean, you know, so the 12.4 bit or 12.4 version here in X-Plane has caused issues for a number of plugins, and Toto was kind of to explain to me exactly why. Which is hard for me to explain because it uses so many turbos, but in essence, it's how it uses the... Now, it's still not loading correctly. Oh, now it is. Yeah, okay, disregard. Now it is. Right, so now it should be able... There we go. Now I can go outside, right? Yep. Huh. So I find it a bit peculiar. It should really be... Yeah, but I can't interact. Yeah, that's fine. So I can connect external power, for example. I can check ports. I can even take off the cowling here. Put covers on. That's nice how it puts me in the hangar here. Very cool. I guess you can put chocks in, take them out again. I love how they watch you. So their heads move as you move around the aircraft. That's so funny. I feel I'm being watched here. Put covers on here as well. So yeah, you would make sure proper outside check. I'm not going to go through that now, but yeah, definitely you would make sure everything's correctly in order. Good. So parking brake is set. We have pre-flight inspection complete, passenger briefing completed, weight and balance. Yeah, everything's correctly checked. Documents on board, emergency equipment, pitot covers on board, tow bar on board. Oh, hello. Huh? Hang on. What's happening here with my... Is that crashed? No. Interesting. We'll see in a minute. Because... Oh, I guess it's the weight of the... maybe it's the wind or something. Right, so we've got general normal procedures pre-flight. Yeah, I'll use my own checklists, but it does have them. So here you even have some checklists, performance. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, cool. All right, so circuit breakers, check, they're all in. Pilot Deviation, thank you much for the raid. How are you doing? How was the stream? A big shout out to Pilot Deviation. Please check his channel. Yeah, so we're using the FSLabs now. We just landed in Newark with the 777 successfully. Now we're just going to have a bit of a look around New York area with the Cessna. So pitot heat is off. Position lights, strobe lights all off. Avionics power switch is off. Clock wound, lol. Seatbelts fastened, cabin doors are closed and locked before starting engines. Magnetos off. Let's get the key. Key in. Battery alternator switch on. Cool thing is now I can hear the gyro spinning up. Right, anti-ignition light. Beacon on. Fuel quantity. Yeah, 15 gallons left, right. That's enough for today. Fuel selector both. Get the headset on. We don't have carburetor heat here. It's an injected engine. Mixture rich. Before start checklist complete. Right, starting engine. Primer as required. We don't have a primer here. Throttle, 0.5 centimeter. Correct. Prop area. Clear prop. Ignition switch. Start. Right, let's see. I guess since it is injected, kind of prime a little bit. Had the same last time. Cold side. It's not cold. It's about 18 degrees. It shouldn't be cold. Yeah, last time I flooded the engines, like right, let's try a flooded engine. It is. What on earth is going on? So flooded? Okay. I would say some things are plugged, the spark plugs are fouled or something, but that's not normal. And we've got some indications somewhere, right? With the systems. Hold on, we've got something here with these systems. Yeah. Yeah, I know, Aviamar, but the checklist for me says mixture full rich. So I'm not sure if it's injected, it's completely different. Where's my... Someone know? Wasn't there supposed to be a... systems overview, like where you can see? Oh, there it is. Yeah, I was looking for the menu there. Yeah, thank you. That's it. So I wanted to have the engine. There we go. I was looking for this. So we've over-primed. And there's not much fouling for the spark plug, so that's fine. It's just over... Hang on, all right, let's try that. Right, so let's slowly do that. Let's get a little bit of that and what's the matter? Like, it's got correct engine priming. I'm confused. Yeah, it takes a lot of throttle. Brief mixture cutoff, then rich when it fires for the injector runs. Okay, I don't know. Good, so engine is started. Make sure that we have a good oil pressure, very important. Then throttle 800 to 1000 RPM. Good. After starting, avionics power switch on. So we don't need any GPS here. Autopilot, let's take that to, I don't know. It's probably not ready yet. Good. So then I want to have QNH. That was like 2994 roundabout earlier on. Transponder is good. It's still initializing. Good gyros, that looks good. We have GPS. Right there we go, now it's starting up. Yeah, we'll go about 2,000 feet for sightseeing, that's fine. Good. Just make sure that everything's working here. Oh, thanks, there we go. Looks alright to me. What was that? Oh, hey. Now I guess I'll leave. So, okay. So should be fine. Right, flap operation looks good. For takeoff, we don't need any flaps after takeoff. After start checklist complete. Then let's go. Boilers are heating up slowly. So let's go to runway 24 for takeoff. Actually, let's go. Let's set that's 310, 320. Oh, it's a dead end. You've got to be... You've got to be kidding me. Of course it's a dead end there. Oh. Taxi simulator. Oh no. Yeah, so the whole training, so my flying club there has 2 Cessna 172s, pretty old ones, but some EFIS displays, I mean, and they are IFR rated apparently, so MJ, hello. G'day. How are you doing? Right, let's take the right taxiway here. Yeah, we're going to take this intersection here. That should be long enough. Right, so parking brake was released, brakes checked, instruments looking good, flight controls. Hey, what's going on here? Oh, you've got to be kidding me. Hang on, I've got to check the flight controls here. Hold on. Oh. What's the matter today? Let's calibrate again. Ah, multiple axis assigned to pitch and roll. Okay, that's why. So where's, oh, this is the culprit. Yeah, this is the culprit. That's why I've got to unplug that. There we go. Hang on, yoke. Has very large null zones, so you need to recalibrate. Okay. Why is that? Ha! There we go. Now we are in business. Flight controls checked. Right, taxi check complete. Run up. Oh, we might as well do it here. So run up. We want to do park brake set, engine instruments green arc. Yeah, pressure, temperature looking good. Then let's get the McGee's on both. Checked. Flaps as required. Trim takeoff. Trim is now set to takeoff. Oh, I disregard. Where am I? Run up. Run up, right. Magnetos. So both initially, so green arc, then the throttle 1,700 RPM. 1,700 RPM. And then that's like 50 RPM drop on the left. Another 50 drop on the right. Oh! Those click spots, you've got to be kidding. I'm happy that we don't have click spots, IRL. You've got to be kidding me. Right. So in the aircraft with a carburetor, you would check the carburetor heat. You would turn it on, look for a little bit of a drop in RPM. Then ammeter check. So the suction pump vacuum is good. Ammeter slightly charging is good. Then throttle idle. Make sure it continues to run. It does. 1,000 RPM. Good. A run-up completed, engines out. There we go, run completed. Good, so before takeoff now, cabin doors closed, locked, magnetos both, flaps will stay up, trim set for takeoff, comms and aft, everything's set. Interesting, okay. Right. Okay, clear message. Good, and takeoff departure briefing. Straight up departure. Let's go. So that's the thing, right? IRL, when you start to fly again, you know, you have all these things come together. Checklists, briefings, procedures, emergency procedures, communications, especially for me, German communications. So having to do German radio calls. Future Easy Pilot, hello. Still future, or are you EasyJet pilot now? Right, full throttle set, airspeeds alive. 50 knots, 55 knots, up we go. And now on these aircraft, the thing is rudder. You have to use the rudder to keep the ball centered. That's something I will be so bad at, I think, IRL. So we got a 70 knots. We'll do a left turn here. And then let's see. There you go, let's go downtown. Good, flaps already up. Mixture will leave as it is, low level. And then we'll have a look around downtown. Yeah, let's have a look at the stadium here. Oh yeah. Right, let's do about 2,300, 2,200 RPM. Yeah, somewhere in that region. Anyone know what the stadium is called here? The rudder, you mean like the indications, or why you have to use rudder here to coordinate? Well, this thing doesn't have a yaw damper. Right, so any induced drag from the ailerons will cause then a yaw of the aircraft. So usually when you have a yaw dampener, it's done for you, but here on these GA aircraft, you have to coordinate the rudder yourself. So that's why, you know, depending on left turn, right turn. And that's something you just have to learn. It will become second nature at some point. So especially when you fly gliders, for example, it's very important to have nice coordinated turns. So to use the rudder accordingly with the ailerons. But here, yeah, in the Cessnas as well, you need to coordinate that. It's the MetLife. Okay, MetLife Stadium. Yeah, just north of Newark. Yeah. So we got Newark down here, this way. So we just passed below the approach path for runway 29. Hey, Wazoo. A woozy face. Hello. Thank you, MetLife Stadium. Thank you much, guys. What about rudder on landing? I see many videos on more rudder. I guess I have to learn that again. So the thing is, so the propeller, as it spins, it causes a slipstream around the aircraft. So especially at low speeds, right? especially let's say on takeoff, as you start your takeoff roll, that slipstream hitting the tail and the rudder section will then cause the aircraft to turn. I think usually it's to the left, isn't it? So then on the beginning of the takeoff roll, you'd have to add, let's say, right rudder. And for landing, as you reduce the airspeed and as you reduce the RPM of the prop, I guess as well you just have to use the rudder to coordinate your flight. But I mean, if someone says on the rudder on landing, it could be because of crosswind as well. So pressure's looking good, fuel is good. That should be called the Wrigley Field or the Yankee Stadium. Okay. But anyways, here we got Statue of Liberty coming up. Nice. Yeah, the free. We'll circle around that after we've been to the. Oh. Hang on, I can completely deactivate X camera, can't I? There we go. Let's completely deactivate that. It's a bit more easier. Liberty City, yeah. So this is all from, I guess, from Drvitsky, DD. Drvitsky design. Yeah, it looks like it got a bit of high water there around the Statue of Liberty. Hey Lilienthal, wie geht's? Looks like a marble. Pilot deviation, well, I mean, I've heard this one is really the best if you want to practice stuff, because I mean you can add some failures. So for example, I can fail the airspeed indicator. Fail. Right, so that's failed now. I guess it's stuck. Yeah, so it's definitely not moving anymore. So, yeah, I've got to be careful. I don't want a fish cop to have any nightmares. Because fish cop had that IRL. Oh, there we go. Look at that, 90 knots. So, right, we'll do that in a minute. We'll go practice some stuff here. Let's have a look at some downtown New York here. Beautiful. Ron wants to go bowling. Fish cop. But yeah, I mean, again, well done. I mean, luckily you don't have that very often in life. Hopefully never again. Oh, that's really nice. That's really detailed as well. Empire State Building, let's look there. Brooklyn Bridge, I guess, to the right. Nice. a lot of buildings here. So, I mean, 40 FPS. We had 40 FPS as well in the 777, so that's actually quite nice. So, not bad. Watch out for King Kong, yeah. I mean, you know, Empire State used to be the biggest, the tallest tower in New York, right? So it's interesting in Central Park that they kept it this big. I mean, look at all the land. The things you could build here. Oh, really? Your flying club owns the Delta Echo Romeo Echo Echo, really? Funny thing is, we have a Delta Echo Fox Echo Echo at our flying club. I mean, you can say what you like, but I mean, this is pretty good. Getting into clouds, oh no. Right, so, failures. Systems. Electrical. Oh. That's not good. IMC. Uh-oh. So this way a lot of VFR pilots suddenly kind of panic, right, where they get into clouds and then just lose control of the aircraft, right? They're just not used to flying on instruments. So what do you want to fail? The vacuum. Let's have a quick look here. So systems, instruments, pitot, backup, no, standard 6. I mean, they can do like pitot blockage and static port blockage. Electrical, parts, alternator, engine. Okay, let's have a look. Yeah, there we go. But it's just the indicator. It's not the vacuum system itself. Yeah, I think it's just the right. The turn coordinator has electric. Hang on. Turn coordinate. Oh. Okay, so here now it's got, look at that. Yeah, it's off. But the rudder, this is like just pure mechanical. That still works. Yeah, so what happens then? So if the vacuum fails, right? You can see here that instrument that needs the vacuum to spin the gyro. I mean, that's nasty then. If you fail the vacuum and then you're on IMC, that's a tough one. So then you're on like turn indicator, heading, and vertical speed, and then you just have to keep the aircraft somehow stable, not getting out of control until you get back out of the clouds, and then just stay visual. That's an engine fire. Oh my god. Right. Now the thing is, so engine fire has obviously memory items, and again I've not really learned them. So what would have to be done by memory is mixture idle cutoff, fuel valve, pull out, that's the this red one here. So fuel shutoff valve, auxiliary fuel pump switch off, master switch off, cabin heat air off, make sure that we don't get any smoke into the cockpit here. Airspeed 100 knots, forced landing execute. And then you have to go into the forced how do I get back to the even though for the vacuum, oh there we go. Right, and then forced landing, ditching, right? Well, this like ditching is for the for water. How come there doesn't have forced landing here? Good. So just for demonstration, we have a good airport below us, okay? Somewhere. There, right below us. So we can reach an airfield. So we're gonna have about 100 knots. So engine fire. Oh, it is burning! Oh my god! Oh my god, alright, so we do have fire. Fuel shut off. Right, let's keep 100 knots here. Where's my heat is off as well. Wow. So engine fire and flight. So we've got mixture, idle, cut off. Start checklist. So idle, cut off. Done. Fuel shut off. Pulled off. Auxiliary fuel pump off. Master switch off. Yeah, cabin heats off. Airspeed 100 knots indicated. Fire not extinguished. Increased light speed. Okay. So that's the thing. You're trying to blow out the fire. Right, so it looks like fire is out. Okay, there you go. So Right, there's the runway. So we're going to land on runway 29. Oh, that does make sense. We got headwind on 22. So right. So what we can do now is slip the aircraft. If we're going to lose altitude, so left aileron, right rudder. That way we can lose a lot more altitude quickly. See, I can show you here. So got the rudder full right, aileron. I'm wondering though, I mean the flaps don't move now because we've switched the battery off. Would you use battery on for landing to get some of the flaps out? Question mark. And then of course, yeah, you would have to go Mayday, Mayday, and so on, right? And hope that you got a runway nearby. Yeah, exactly. So you would have to switch the battery on accordingly, right? But yeah, I mean, that's something you'd never want to have. You would never want to have an engine fire, IRL. But someone, it was, who was it? Fabian? Did you tell me? So engine fire on ground? Let's fix that. Fabian is sleeping. Did he say goodbye? So we fixed everything. So let's have a look if we can start the engines quickly. Park brake set. Oh, of course, fuel shut off. Test, test, test. Yeah, we need to get the fuel shut off back in. Come on. Is that in now? I hope so. Right, let's try again. Oh, I missed that. Sorry, yeah. Yeah, so he said there was an incident where they had an engine fire on ground. Engine fire. And so there's a different procedure for that, obviously. Because if you panic and switch off the engine without getting the fuel out of the system, the engine, especially if I have a carburetor, that's really the problem. Then, yeah, the engine's going to burn unless you have someone outside quickly able to. So fire during. So there we go. So fire during start on ground. So then what you want to do is we'll wait until we we got it already. Okay. Oh yeah, you can see that here. So ignition switch start. So continue cranking, but engine fails to start. Right. Don't we? Wouldn't you like have to do that, but crank the engine? Wouldn't you do the same, like fuel shut off, crank the engine? It's probably been too long now. It's not burning too long. I mean, with this fire, I'll just get out. I mean, this is just, the fire is already too much. So yeah, throttle full open. Cranking continue, fuel shutter valve off, power, the auxiliary fuel pump off, fire extinguisher activate, engine secure. Yeah, there we go. We would definitely switch everything off and just get out. Oh, wait, we would run, wouldn't we? Keyboard, hang on. We would definitely run. Oh my god, hang on. Ah! Didn't want to do that. Here we go. Oh yeah. So again, yeah, lots of stuff. Again, lots of stuff to learn.
Welcome aboard the Captain Black Box Twitch channel subscriber.
Hey Sim Caesar, nice to see you.
Could new subscribers please make your way to the first class cabin?
Now Caesar
Where
would know a lot more about
complimentary
that as he has a
snacks,
PPL.
Premium flight entertainment will be served. Thank you.
Sim Caesar, thank you so much for the 88
I
months.
smell smoke.
Yes, indeed. Have you ever tried the FSLabs here in X-Plane? Because you could practice lots of stuff here. Aircraft, engines, cylinders. Oh my god. Fix all components. There we go. Aircraft as new. Yeah, and I mean, X-Plane does fly nicely, I have to say. But again, I'm going to have to compare that with the real aircraft when I start flying the real aircraft in a few days, hopefully. We'll see. But I've still got so much to learn. Right, anyways, guys, I'll be back on Saturday. And until then, I wish you a great week. Thank you so much for all the resubs. Thank you so much, guys, for the support, my dear moderators. Thanks for all the help. Lee, vielen Dank, then hopefully for the pictures.
Good night, Black Box.
Abimar, thank you much. Martin as well. Thank you so much. And I'll see you again very, very soon on Saturday. Until then, good night.